हर छत में सोलर पैनल होना चाहिए, हर ऑफिस में सोलर पैनल होना चाहिए, खेतों में सोलर पैनल होना चाहिए। तो सोलर एनर्जी की हम बात करते हैं, लेकिन सोलर पैनल बनाने की बात कोई नहीं करता। सोलर पैनल तो चाइना से ही इंपोर्ट हो रहे हैं अभी भी। तो हमें ये भी देखना चाहिए कि हम जो काम कर रहे हैं एक इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच के साथ में हम लोगों को इंडस्ट्री डेवलप करना चाहिए। कि अगर आज सोलर की डिमांड हो रही है तो सोलर पैनल और उसके सपोर्टिंग बैटरीज और उसकी भी प्रोडक्शन होना चाहिए हमारे देश के अंदर, या इंदौर के आसपास हम सोलर प्रोडक्शन की बात करते हैं। मध्य प्रदेश सोलर एनर्जी के फील्ड में काफी आगे चल रहा है, लेकिन सोलर पैनल के फील्ड में एक भी इंडस्ट्री नहीं है। इसी तरह से हम लोग चिकित्सा की बात करते हैं, हेल्थ इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, लेकिन हेल्थ इक्विपमेंट की बात कोई नहीं करता। एमूबल हेल्थ जो हेल्थ इक्विपमेंट है उनके रिपेयर की भी बात नहीं होती। अभी भोपाल में कैंसर हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ कोबाल्ट मशीन लगी होती है जो थेरेपी करती है। वो कभी खराब होती है तो अमेरिका से उसके इंजीनियर्स आते हैं। तो हमें जैसे आईआईटी जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट में हम जब खड़े होकर बात करते हैं तो ओवरऑल की बात करना आवश्यक है इंडस्ट्री के फील्ड में, या और भी जो पर बहुत सारे स्कोप्स हैं स्टूडेंट्स के लिए कि आप एक अंधी दौड़ में ना चल के हम लोग कुछ 10-20 जो थीम्स होती हैं उसके ऊपर आईटी आईटी आईटी, इसके अलावा कोई बात नहीं करता। एक एक इक्विपमेंट, अगर मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट की बात करें या एग्रीकल्चर इक्विपमेंट के फील्ड में आप जाएं तो उसके भी जो बड़े इक्विपमेंट है, हार्वेस्टर्स या ट्रैक्टर्स रिपेयर के लिए हमारे पास मैकेनिक नहीं होते। तो हमारे मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग के फील्ड में जो इंडस्ट्रीज होना चाहिए उतना वो नहीं होता, उनका एक लिमिटेड एरिया हम लोग सेलेक्ट करते हैं। इसी तरह बहुत सारे फील्ड हैं, तो मैंने एग्जांपल बताया। आज हम सिंगिंग की बात करते हैं, संगीत में तो संगीत तो हर कोई सिखाना है आपको, हर गली मोहल्ले में संगीत सिखाने वाले आपको विद्यालय मिल जाएंगे, लेकिन वो संगीत के इक्विपमेंट बनाने वाले लोग कहाँ हैं? बनाना तो दूर, उनको रिपेयर करने वाले लोग नहीं मिलते। तो ये बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं, लेकिन हमारे कैरियर के लिए बहुत बड़ा वो बन सकता है। जैसे हम लोग कई बार बात करते हैं आईआईएम के स्टूडेंट्स ने। अब एक स्टूडेंट आईआईएम अहमदाबाद में, वो स्लम एरिया में रहता था, उसकी मदर टिफिन का काम करती थी। आईआईएम का टॉपर हुआ वो, उसके बाद उन्होंने सर्विस का अच्छा उनको ऑफर था, लेकिन उसने अपनी माँ का काम स्टार्ट किया टिफिन का सेंटर। तो अहमदाबाद का वो बहुत बड़ा टिफिन सेंटर, बॉम्बे अहमदाबाद और बड़े बड़े शहरों में उन्होंने काफी बड़ा काम स्टार्ट किया हुआ। तो ऐसे हमारे आसपास में बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं जिनको हम बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री बना सकते हैं और हम बड़े एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकते हैं। तो ऐसे हमें थोड़ा ओपन माइंड से अपने आसपास में क्या अवेलेबल है, कैसे हम उसको आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, इसके लिए हमें सोचना है। और आज हमारे बीच में स्पीकर्स हैं, भोपाल से भी आए हुए हैं और भी लोग हैं, तो उनसे अच्छे लेक्चर हमारे बीच में होंगे। बात, जय हिंद।
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I would like now to introduce the keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Balakrishna Cholia. Mr. Balakrishna is currently serving as Senior Technological Architect at Infosys. He has worked in multiple roles and has many years of experience in the software industry. He happens to be a dynamic person and has won many recognitions and awards in the said field. May I now request Mr. Balakrishnan to please come on the dais and share a few words.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, I would like to thank IIT Indore and Madhya Pradesh Vigyan Sammelan guests who invited me on this platform. So, I'm especially thankful to Madhya Pradesh government who has taken Infosys at Indore And within Madhya Pradesh, it's like a pleasure for us to be a part of this company. And sorry. So let's make this session more interactive. So before proceeding further, I would like to show you our campus, and then we will proceed further with the next. Here is our campus at Indore. This is our beautiful campus in Indore. I hope you like this video. So did anyone of you get a chance to visit our campus? किसी ने visit किया है Infosys? Okay, so don't worry. Whenever you will get a chance, definitely you can visit our campus and get a chance to be a part of our campus Infosys. It would be. So coming to this initiative of Madhya Pradesh Vigyan Sammelan. So I think this is a brilliant initiative taken by IIT Indore and MP government because ultimately this platform is very much required to fine grain our talent. अगर हमारे पास में talent को हमने निखारा नहीं तो एक टाइम पे वो talent खत्म हो जाता है. एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल मैं लेना चाहूंगा आपके सामने. एक दो बच्चे थे, दो बच्चों ने सेम एजुकेशन लिया, सेम पढ़ाई करी, अच्छे मार्क्स गेन करे. एक टाइम पर जब उनको अपने आप को प्रूव करना था, उस टाइम पर एक बच्चे ने आर्मी ज्वाइन किया और दूसरा बच्चा कुछ नहीं कर पाया. सो जो बच्चे ने आर्मी ज्वाइन किया था उसने देश की सेवा करी और बॉर्डर पे जाके उसने काफी लोगों को खत्म किया, जो आतंकवादी लोग थे उनको काफी को खत्म किया. जो दूसरा था उसने लोकल लोगों के साथ मिलकर एक अपनी खुद की गैंग बनाई और उसने भी काफी लोकल लेवल पर उसने अलग काम किया. सो अल्टीमेटली जिस बच्चे ने अच्छा काम किया था उसको सम्मान मिला और जिस बच्चे ने अच्छा काम नहीं किया उसको तिरस्कार मिला. सो इट्स ऑल अ मैटर ऑफ गेटिंग अ चांस. इफ you get a talent at the right time, then you can fine grain the talent easily. So हमारा कहना यही है कि अगर हम टैलेंट को राइट टाइम पर अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे सो वो टैलेंट आगे निखर कर आएगा. और इसी के लिए अगर आप एक इफ यू कैन टेक एन एग्जांपल ऑफ सम top class MNC CEO like Sundar Pichai, our Alphabet and Google CEO, Satya Nadella, like our Microsoft CEO. Take an example of Parag Agrawal, who just become our Twitter CEO. So they are all Indian professionals and at a very top company CEO. So यहाँ पर भी वो लोगों ने एक talent था जिसको वो आगे लेकर गए and from the employee of the company they become the CEO of the company. Okay. That's a different thing कि वो आज उस कंपनी के सीईओ है जो कंपनी का हेडक्वार्टर हमारे इंडिया में नहीं है. बट इफ यू कैन टेक सम अदर एंटरप्रेनर, हमारे जैसे प्रोफेसर जैन ने कहा था कि हमको एंटरप्रेनरशिप को भी बढ़ावा देना चाहिए. सो अगर हम एंटरप्रेनर की बात करें तो हमारे इंडिया में बहुत सारे अच्छे एंटरप्रेनर जो अभी काम कर रहे हैं, लाइक पेटीएम और मीशो. You can take an example of some other some big entrepreneur like Byju's. So they have done a very good job in our India. Okay, so we want more and more entrepreneur from our India who can give a lot of quality education to these students. Okay, and a lot of opportunities they can build for Indian professionals. So similarly, in the same way, in Infosys, we are also offering some good digital platform for students. So I would like to just give you a brief about this program. So this is one of the unique kind of program that we are offering in Infosys. Okay. Have you ever heard of this name Infosys Springboard? किसी ने सुना है? Okay. So I'll give you a brief introduction about this program. So this is one of the initiative that Infosys Foundation has taken, and they spend more than 50 crore in this program. Okay. The aim of this program is to build a digital literacy in our country. अगर आप देखेंगे हमारे देश में डिजिटल लिटरेसी का जो लेवल है वो बहुत नीचे. अगर हम एमपी की बात करें तो यहाँ तो और भी ज़्यादा नीचे है. कि अगर हम साउथ में जाते हैं, लाइक कर्नाटका, तमिलनाडु, चेन्नई, उस जाते हैं तो वहाँ पर बच्चे इजीली इंग्लिश बोलते हैं. दे गेट अ गुड नॉलेज, गुड स्कूलिंग, ट्रेनिंग. बट अगर हम वही दूसरे एरियाज की बात करते हैं तो वहाँ पर इतना अच्छा बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग नहीं मिलता है या बच्चों को एजुकेशन नहीं मिलता है. सो इन्फोसिस फाउंडेशन हैज कम अप विद अ प्रोग्राम कॉल्ड स्प्रिंग बोर्ड, जहाँ पर हम बच्चों को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट डिजिटल ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइड करते हैं. So this is a complete platform where any student or anyone above the age of 10 years or from the schooling of 6th standard onwards, anyone can take a free learning from this program. You can easily download this Infosys Springboard app on your mobile and start learning the digital technologies. अगर अभी हम बात करें मार्केट में लेटेस्ट ट्रेंड चल रहा है लाइक क्लाउड, इंफॉर्मेटिक्स, बिग डेटा एनालिटिक्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस. तो ये सारे वो कोर्सेस हैं जिसके लिए हमको इजीली ट्रेनर्स नहीं मिलते मार्केट में. दैट इज अ मेन पेन एरिया विच आर स्टूडेंट्स आर फेसिंग एट दिस मोमेंट. अगर कोई स्टूडेंट है जिसको आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट है, इफ द स्टूडेंट वांट्स to learn more about artificial intelligence, but वो अगर ढूंढने जाता है कहीं पे कोई इंस्टीट्यूट है क्या जो अच्छे से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पढ़ा सा, तो इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू गेट सच काइंड ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट इन द मार्केट. ओके, मे बी इंदौर जैसी सिटी में शायद आपको मिल जाएगा, बट इफ यू गो अराउंड इंदौर सिटी, अगर आप झाबुआ जैसी जगह या रतलाम, नीमच, खंडवा, अगर ऐसी जगह जाते हैं आप, तो आपको इजीली नहीं मिलता है ट्रेनर. वहां पर आपको इंस्टीट्यूट्स भी नहीं मिलते. सो हम इन्फोसिस के थ्रू वी आर गिविंग अ क्वालिटी डिजिटल एजुकेशन टू एवरीवन. You can simply download an app and you can start your learning. So it is a very simple process to use this Springboard program. Now, before proceeding further, I would like to just give you a small heads up about this program. Can we open that? So in this video, we will give you a heads up of this program, what actually we are offering in this Springboard.
We are delighted to present to you Infosys Springboard. The platform has been launched to accelerate progress on the Infosys Environmental Sustainability Goals, or ESG goals, to expand digital reskilling initiatives to 10 million plus people by 2025. The access to this platform is very simple. Individual learners can directly register with Google or Facebook authentication. Schools and educational institutions can register their students in bulk by uploading their information all at once. On login, schools can get to see their customized homepage and can also see relevant information for all their students.
Pause you here. So in this program, actually we have in just start of December, we have signed a MOU with around 12 universities, as already Minister O.P. Saklecha ji has mentioned. हमने 12 यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ में, अराउंड 32 कॉलेजेस के साथ में और अराउंड 45 स्कूल्स के साथ में वी हैव साइंड अ MOU टू गिव देम दिस फ्री digital education via Springboard. Okay, so this is a very simple process. We can simply sign a MOU with the schools, and then school will give us a data, and then we will create a registration for all their students, and then students can start a learning. Okay, now after learning, when whatever the students will learn, so that will be visible on the dashboard for that principal. ओके सो एक प्रिंसिपल के साथ में वो सारे स्टूडेंट्स अलाइन रहते हैं और वो स्टूडेंट्स उन सारे प्रिंसिपल वो सारे स्टूडेंट्स का पूरा प्रोग्रेस देख सकते हैं कि व्हाट दैट स्टूडेंट्स आर प्रोग्रेसिंग. सो वाया दैट डैशबोर्ड प्रिंसिपल कैन इजीली फाइंड आउट लाइक which person is having more interest in which area. Okay, so that way they can easily support the candidate to grow in that field.
This will also serve as a one-stop portal for both online and instructor-led classes. Infosys Springboard is getting pan-India ready too. The platform currently has local language support in Kannada, Marathi, Tamil, Telugu, Hindi, and English, while we wait for the other languages to come on board. Soon, Infosys Springboard will boast of content in major Indian languages as well. Learning is best stimulated with interactions and custom programs. Infosys Springboard takes effort in creating programs that focus on girl empowerment, involving personality development for girl students of class 6 and above. Learners have a variety of content option on Infosys Springboard. They can choose from Infosys courses or content from Coursera and Learnship. The platform will continue to invite and host partner content from reputed content providers and leading universities across the globe. Infosys Springboard has currently partnered with over 350 institutions and marquee organizations. Our goal is to ensure unbridled access to learning and expert knowledge to every curious learner in India, free of cost. We cordially invite you to join us on Infosys Springboard today.
So hope you will like this initiative by Infosys. So the best part of this program is like anyone above the age of 10 years can go for this program. Okay. Whether doesn't matter whether the person is IT professional or non-IT professional, whether a person is housewife, even housewives are also taking this kind of a program very nicely, and they are building their career in the industry now. After learning from this program, they are start building their career in some of the other industries. So यहाँ पर हम एक जो बोलते हैं कि ट्रेनर्स, हमारे पास में ट्रेनर्स की आज के टाइम में काफी कमी है. मतलब IIT जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट में तो आई होप यू डू नॉट हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ क्रंच, बट इन द मार्केट इफ यू विल सी वी आर नॉट गेटिंग अ क्वालिटी ट्रेनर. So from here we are giving a quality education to even trainers also, because आज के time में you know like in this industry if you want to grow you have to update yourself continuously. If you will not update yourself you will be out of the market after some time. Okay, so यहाँ पर आपको सारा latest content मिलता है. We have taken a content from Coursera. I hope you heard the name of Coursera. So we have bought a content from Coursera, and Coursera, all contents are available here. So more than 9 lakh students are using this portal at this moment, and the daily usage of this portal is around 18 to 20 hours. Can't believe people start using this portal from morning 5 a.m. onwards, and they are using it till night 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. So this kind of free learning which company is providing and people are taking advantage of it. So I'm sure you will also start learning on this portal. If you get a time, if you want to give this kind of support to anyone around you, you can simply just ask the person to go on the portal, register and start using it. Okay. Now coming to the next point is how this portal will help Infosys. So I just want to clear one thing. This is a CSR initiative. This is not for getting any benefit of the company. It's a purely CSR initiative, and with zero profit, company is using, company is giving this facility to everyone. The motto of this initiative is to just build more and more digital literacy within the country. आज हमारे यहाँ पर साउथ में अगर हम देखेंगे तो मोर देन 70% पीपल, like out of this 9 lakh, 70% people are from south. But in the North India, people are not using it because they are not aware of this kind of program. अगर उनसे पूछते हैं आज के टाइम में कि यार आपको कोई ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म पता है क्या, सो दे आर नॉट एट ऑल अवेयर ऑफ इट. सो रिसेंटली जो हमारे मंत्री जी थे सकलेचा जी, इनके गांव में नीमच में हमने लास्ट मंथ एक MOU साइन किया है जिसमें उन्होंने अराउंड 42 गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स और 6 कॉलेजेस के प्रिंसिपल्स को बुलवाया था, और उनके साथ में हमने एक ही दिन में सबके साथ में MOU साइन किया. एंड देन वी स्टार्ट we continue their registration, and that we completed last week itself. So अभी वहाँ के students हैं, they are already starts working on this portal. So I hope the outcome will be visible in next couple of years in Madhya Pradesh also. So I think this is the main point that our Professor Jain was also mentioned earlier कि हमारे पास में ऐसा कोई प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है जिसके थ्रू हम टेक्नोलॉजी और इंडस्ट्री को मर्ज कर सकते हैं, या जो हमारा डिमांड सप्लाई का प्रॉब्लम है उसको हम कैसे मिटिगेट कर सकते हैं. सो दिस इज द इनिशिएटिव which may mitigate the problem up to certain extent. I cannot say 100%, but yes, जो हमारा डिमांड सप्लाई का प्रॉब्लम है, जो हमको MP में आज के टाइम पे स्किल्ड रिसोर्सेस नहीं मिलते हैं, सो वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व एक हद तक किया जा सकता है. Now we are already tied up with around 23 colleges of Madhya Pradesh and around 18 schools of Madhya Pradesh apart from the government schools. So जिनके साथ में already हमारा tie up हो चुका है, and they also offered all these courses to their students. So if you also want to get someone interact with us and go for this MOU, then we are ready to give this helping hand to anyone. So I think, I hope you already gone through this portal. So I just want to show you this portal, but let's leave it because it will take some time. So I just want to show you ki using this portal, any school principal or anyone, they can easily see the progress of their student and they can use it other. They can use it for betterment of their students. Apart from that, just want to give you a small initiative that Infosys has also taken. Like we have collaborated with our foundation for a CTY program. It's a Catch Them Young program, which our company is running. So using this program, we are just giving the chance to each and every IT professionals in this country कि they can directly go and register. Even on the YouTube, if you can search for with a name called Power Programmer from Infosys. So that is a brilliant program that Infosys is offering to all the students, through which they can simply go and register and get the direct exam. आपको आपको जब आप इंटरव्यू देंगे, जब आप क्वालिफाई करेंगे, उसके बाद में ही आपको कंपनी में ऑफर मिलता है. एंड in some cases, or I would say for big cities, it is quite easy कि they can approach the organization or they can join it easily. But जो interior part of India होता है, वहाँ पर it's not easily approachable. वहाँ के लोगों को कई बार पता भी नहीं होता है कि आप कैसे कंपनी में एंटर कर सकते हैं. सो टू मिटिगेट दिस काइंड ऑफ प्रॉब्लम ऑल्सो वी स्टार्टेड a complete new initiative called a power programmer. So if any student who lives in the country, and there are different phases of that program. So in each and every phase, the student has to clear the certain criteria of programming and coding. So if a student is a good coder, let's say in Java, C, C++, so they can simply go and just complete the level of that program. And once you cross the all the 5 levels, after that you will get a offer from the organization at a very good level. I would say जो हमारे इनिशियल फ्रेशर्स रहते हैं, वो फ्रेशर्स को शायद इतना अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिलता है जितना पावर प्रोग्रामर को मिलता है. So this kind of certain programs which so many students or organizations or institutions, they are not aware of it, but we are now trying to make it popular, and I think IIT is the best platform to give you this kind of information. I hope like people who are using it, who are checking it online, so they can also start using this program. So with all this initiatives from Infosys, I want to close this session. Okay, and thank you very much for hearing me. If you want to have any query, consult with me at any time, you can please connect with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the valuable information. And I really hope that the Infosys Springboard program proves to be quite useful for the upcoming bright students. And on a very personal note, I mean, digital world is actually on the boom because I'm a staff member of Placement Office IT Indore. So what I have witnessed is like 80% of the batch of computer science background got placed in a period of 1 month. And those were all from computer science background. And I'm happy to share that as of now, the computer science branch is 100% placed. So that is all because of the digital boom. Further, I would like to invite our guest, Dr. Parul Sharda. She happens to be an associate professor at Indore Management Institute and the head of the management department. And she has also published many researches in international and national journals. Ma'am, may I kindly request you to please come on the dais and share a few words?
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm very thankful to IIT Indore and MP Vigyan Sammelan 2021. Special thanks to Dr. Abhishek Rajput for giving us the opportunity to be the part of this Amrit Mahotsav. And I am representing my institute, Indore Management Institute, with my 40 students who belongs to management domain. And when I was explaining them that why they have to be here in science related or technology related domain, so in the tea break it has been clarified to them that टेक्नोलॉजी या साइंस मैनेजमेंट कॉमर्स के कोलैबोरेशन से ही फ्रूटफुल रिजल्ट्स दे सकती है. तो जितने भी बच्चों के जहन में क्वेरीज उठ रही थी, सभी के आंसर्स हमारे जो एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स अभी आए उनके थ्रू वो क्लैरिफाई हुई. एंड दे आर वेरी हैप्पी टू लिसन टू देम दैट मैडम इफ इस तरीके के कुछ ही सेशंस हमें मिल जाएं तो वी वुड बी हैप्पी एंड वी वुड बी ग्रोइंग मच फार with a greater speed. So here comes the gap that exists between the education and industry. The institutes like IIMs and IITs, the students of IIMs and IITs gets the opportunity much more in comparison to the mediocre institutes like us. And there the gap exists. That is what I was discussing with my students, that the industry requires the students from top-notch institutes, and the we can say the academics or the institutions are also taking care of the students who are bright students, or who are only securing good marks or passing with the good numbers, and they are not concentrating on the skills of the students. And there comes a ray of hope, that is new education policy or national education policy. But the results of this national education policy will take, I think, 2 to 4 years. Until then, the batch, or like the students like us or the students which are sitting there, feels that why we have suffered a lot. So collaboration between industry and academia is the catalyst to innovation and growth in technology for the upliftment of our state, Madhya Pradesh, and nation as a whole. Well, after listening to eminent speakers and sir who had spoken right now, he has asked that whether you have visited Infosys campus. First of all, sir, it is a pain point of the mediocre institutes that they're really scared to ask that whether we can visit to Infosys campus or not. So in line to the this particular conference, we got the opportunity to host a pre-conference on 28th of September 2021, wherein I have shared my views on frugal innovation. And I said that in line to Professor Nilesh Jain sir, that necessity is the mother of innovation. And by adopting frugal way of thinking, we can bridge the gap what the market requires, and we can create more job creators in place of job seekers. Because the any person can think in a complex way, but it requires a talent and intelligence to bring complex things into the simpler way. Small is less, or less is more. That is the frugality the people should work on. Because in India, we can see that the products or the services must be pocket friendly to the जिससे कि हर एक वर्ग जो है हमारे भारत का, उसके लिए प्रोडक्ट और सर्विसेज अवेलेबल हो सके. और वो तभी हो पाएंगी जब हम फ्रूगल वे से सोचेंगे, जुगाड़ मेंटालिटी से सोचेंगे, जैसा प्रोफेसर नीलेश जैन कह रहे थे. पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज होने के साथ साथ हमारे भारत में इतनी जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज पैदा नहीं हो सकती एक साथ. तो सॉल्यूशन सिर्फ एक ही है, दैट वी हैव टू अडॉप्ट द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप and to develop the vibrant ecosystem with the help of entrepreneurs, and we can start imbibing this particular spirit into the students right from the right from the school education, which has again been implemented into the NEP 2020, that from class 6th onwards students got the liberty to choose their vocational courses. But then can we think that कि 6th class का student vocational courses choose करेगा और वो उसी में career बनाएगा आगे चल के? Again there is a question mark. Because maturity आते आते या फिर एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग आते आते कि करियर में हमें क्या चूज करना है, हो सकता है कि वो ग्रेजुएशन तक आते आते कंफ्यूज हो जाए. So again there is a gap. How can this gap can be fulfilled? It can only be fulfilled being an academician. I can say that to bring students back into the classes, which is very rare nowadays, especially in mediocre institutes, sir and ma'am, that students are not ready to attend the classes because the material which we are teaching is easily available a click away. So what can be the points which should we must think to bring back the students in class so that we can nurture them on their skills? Looking into the COVID scenario, I can say that mental health of students has gone on stake. So we being the educators must think to revive their mental education so that they can think on their careers. This can be the change we can bring into the class. Delivering what makes them think critically, out of the box thinking, making them exposed to practical learning environments through industry visits, internships, providing them the internship opportunities where they could grab and relate the what they have studied in class. And suggestions, I can say, that can be included into the policy if possible, that the education policies are being framed, but are they being implemented with their letter and spirit? Who are the stakeholders that can help in implementing the policy into their letter and spirit? We must think. We being the educators, you being the students, and all the industry peoples must think that if you only give the opportunity to the students who are passed out from eminent institutes, what about the students who are passing from the mediocre institutes? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words and sharing the information. Now I would like to request Mr. P.K. Dhingra to kindly come on the dais and present with the memento to our keynote speakers, Mr. Balakrishna and Dr. Parul Sharda. Ma'am, you may also kindly join. Thank you, sir. Now I would like you all to kindly join us for the lunch. And after that, we'll follow with the phase 2 of the conference. The lunch would conclude for 1 hour. It's already 1:15, sir. Till 2. So you all are requested to kindly come back by 2 p.m. to the same venue. The venue will be the same. And one more request, please don't delay it beyond 2 p.m. because if you delay it, then it will get delayed later in the evening also. Thank you. Are we all ready for phase 2 of the conference? Please keep your mobile phone on either vibrate mode or silent mode, a kind request. And stop clicking pictures while the session is going on. After that, you can take selfies and all that. That's quite distracting for the person who's standing here. Okay, so we'll begin the next part of the conference with a few more guest participants and the keynote speakers. Here we have we are privileged to have one guest participant, Professor Farida Khan. She is the Dean Faculty of Science at People's University, and she has done her PhD in biochemistry from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and she has done her postdoc from California. Rest of the details she would be sharing with you along with the valuable insights which she has gained over the period of last so many years. Ma'am, I would like to welcome you on DICE to kindly come and share the few words.
Good afternoon, dear students. I feel privileged being invited to IIT Indore. It's been a very, very encouraging and very enlightening experience traveling from Bhopal to visit and see all of you. I thank Dr. Garg from Mapcast. He has been a very source of inspiration. I had the opportunity of meeting him when we were signing MOU with Mapcast. And just to briefly introduce myself, I have traveled from Bhopal. I left 12th my home after 12th, and it has been a long journey. I did my undergraduation, post-graduation from Aligarh in biochemistry. Then I went for a doctoral program in Indian Institute of Science. I think you would be all knowing that institute. It is still ranking as one of the premier institutes of the world. Then I went for a postdoctoral fellowship in University of California, San Diego, Scripps Research Institute. And then I held various positions in ICMR as well as DST Women Scientists. So it's been a long journey traveling from my college days till where I am now. So I was last working in Mauritius teaching in a medical college, and due to this pandemic, I decided to come back, not only to the country, but to my home state, home city. So, and that was Bhopal. And I can very well correlate what the topic for today is industry and academia, because while I was in US, I worked in two different institutes. One was University of California, San Diego. That was more or less government funded. And my second postdoc was in Scripps Research Institute, which was primarily only self-funded. When I mean self-funded, it was only based on the companies that were being run by the faculties and the revenue that were being generated. And I can visibly see the difference of the work pressure, the prospects, the growth of scientists in the two different institutes, one being more secure but less competitive, whereas Scripps being more competitive and self-revenue generating. So my opinion of this, I have a presentation at 3:45 also where I describe biotech. Biotech for pharma is the key word and most sought after word now. I know engineering people are more inclined towards industry academia, but now we are also not lagging behind. Yes, most of these industry academia relationships are isolated and focused in grade A cities like Knowledge Park in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Knowledge Park, IKP, all these parks. We still have to look forward to having such kind of knowledge parks where a biology student can look for prospects in and around the educational institution that they are getting their degree from. Because during the degree, you are very, very tight scheduled in terms of examination, your performance, you have to complete it. So anything which helps you achieve the degree as well as give you a job or a research avenue is very much sought after. So I have come across students both here in India and US where they come for a degree. They have part of their degree in academia and part being completed in an industry. That not only helps them to shape and design their own problems, whether it's a doctoral degree after post-graduation or they want to take a company career. So both have different demands, I agree, but they converge to one point, and that is how innovative and how new ideas can be translated in from what you think in the lab can go to something which have a social impact. That would be my topic for today's presentation also. So we do a lot of things in lab. We visualize a lot of things. We think we have come across, but then it cannot be. These ideas over the time die down. Where do they die down? They die premature death because we look for funding. We are not used to, let's say, talk about my own state, Madhya Pradesh, where all of you are. We do not have enough companies who can nurture our ideas. Neither do we have any platforms where we can share those ideas with them. So that becomes a bottleneck. We start restricting ourselves to our own regions, our own societies, and nobody has so much of time and money to venture out in so many cities. So this is one thing which I really, and I found it very, very alarming at the state level, at the college level, at the university levels, that the students are not being given enough platforms where they can put. No, I agree, it will be the naive and novice idea. You cannot have a Nobel Prize idea at the postgraduate level. But then nevertheless, we should not lose any student in that. So we need more platforms. We need more ideas of funding. We need some kind of a security. All right, half of your degree is completed by an academic institute like IITs, ISRs, premier institutes, or not so premier institutes like my former talks have been speaking. We have to target all students from all walks of life. Until unless we start looking in the grassroots level, nothing will make a change, because the change has to be from the majority of the student population, and at least 80% of the students should be sensitized for these kind of ventures, avenues, their career growth, their career prospects. It's not like that you have a job security only in government job or an academic. Okay, I've done a PhD, now I would become an assistant professor, associate professor, professor. That's not the only route. That's the route you thought of because that was the only thing you were exposed to. So you, until unless you're not shown the other path, I don't think so you are at the right place to judge anything with your own career itself. So come to the speaking, most of my friends went to this classical way of doing PhDs, postdocs, coming back, joining all premier institutes like IITs and ISAs and everywhere. That's fine. That was a rule, a book rule. But what is more important was that some of the students just broke the tradition. They said, we are not going to go for a postdoc. Why not? Because they said, we will be doing and nurturing and cultivating somebody else's idea. We have an idea of our own. 3 of my friends have got President of India's award as Best Innovators Award. They have been funded by DST. They are into the company in Pune and Vellore and Hyderabad. They started from a scratch. Now they have built up $1 million industry. On what idea? Because in PhD, they thought they have made a compound which can go inside a cell and deliver the drugs which cause side effects 20% less. So that small idea during what interested them in PhD made their life. Now they are sitting over good industries, recruiting the same people who were thinking we will go the same way of doing PhD and postdocs. So I would really like to all of you to listen to my talk, and I would interact you at that level more into industry and academia partnership. We do have brighter prospects, and we must break from this monotony of PhD and academia and everything. That's not the dead end. That's one of the option. 99% still waits all of us, where we can grow, we can develop, we can have partnerships partly. And it's not just one party gain, it's a symbiosis. Both academia gains as well as the university gains. How does that happen? University is always dependent on government funding, which fluctuates and is always very frugal. It's very less for the innovation. They don't fund much. What does industry offer? They have money. But what they cannot do is that part of the research which is non-profitable. They look something which can be translated and gives them profit. So this is where you can utilize best at the student's power. You get the best of art, state of art, what you cannot afford, the companies can afford. They can give you the platform which internationally is acceptable, competitive. They can really train you to face the world in terms of your academic achievements, which is a little restricted in general universities. I'm not talking just IITs and ISA. So when one person's gain is also not other person's loss, but other person's gain also. So I really look forward to you talking to you after some time, and then we'll interact more in industry academia partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The knowledge which you shared is of really very important to all of us, not only to the students sitting here, but to all of us, because the kind of exposure which ma'am has gained over the period of last so many years is actually quite enticing. Moving ahead, I would like to invite the keynote speaker of the day, Engineer Soumya Upadhyay. She is working as a managing director in the Eternal Infraheight Private Limited. She did her bachelor's in civil engineering from SGI's ITS Indore and master's in quality management from BITS Pilani. She has unique management skills and she is also an excellent leader. Ma'am, may I kindly invite you on the stage to please share a few words?
Ma'am. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you, IIT Indore, Dr. Abhishek Rajput, and all the team for today's conference, for inviting me, for giving me opportunity to interact the budding minds, budding graduate engineers, as well as the experience. Like it was really opportunity to hear you, ma'am, here. Okay, now, since morning, you all are got so many insights towards the how to bridge the gap. Like what should be the ecosystem and different aspect of this bridging the gap. I'm going to cover mainly the aspect of a student. What exactly a young mind, a budding engineer should approach to bridge this gap in his or her manner. This is a very important and very critical thing, which is nowadays not getting so much, you can say, insights. आजकल बच्चे, everyone is comfortable in both language? Yes, okay. मैं थोड़ा सा एक अपना टच देना चाहूँगी because sometimes कुछ चीज़ें अपन को ना अपनी भाषा में ज़्यादा अच्छे से समझ में आती है. आजकल स्टूडेंट्स का मेजर ओरिएंटेशन क्या हो गया है? I would like to this session be more interactive. Is it fine? Yes. Okay. Now, first of all, I would like to ask any of you, आज आप यहाँ attend करने आए हो, तो आप क्या gain करना चाहते हो? What exactly you want to gain from today's conference? Anyone? Knowledge. Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Experience. Great. So, knowledge, experience, you can say exposure. Yes, come. Yes, sit down and just tell me. Okay, you don't have idea how to get. Okay. Okay. So that you want to learn from today's conference. Okay, very good. Okay. Okay. This is the main agenda for next 1 hour in my presentation. I'm going to cover the between what is the facts and challenges between academia and industry. Then what approach should we follow, or you can say the approach for reducing the gap, or you can say the bridging the gap between these. Then in approach, I'm going to cover some competencies, mindset, problem-based learning, increasing exposure to industry. And then definitely I would conclude with some takeaways for budding graduates. Now, coming to the facts. Survey reveals 33% educated youth are unemployable due to lack of future skill despite getting degree. Agreed? डिग्री है हमारे पास, बट स्टिल कोई ऐसी चीज मिसिंग है जिसके कारण हम रेडी टू यूज नहीं है इंडस्ट्री के लिए. करेक्ट? दैट वर्ड इज अनएम्प्लॉयबल. This is some all the facts which I am covering here is have relevant sources, and almost 75 यानी 33% के 75% के जब इंटरव्यूज हुए, जब एक सर्वे में उसको कंक्लूड करा, तो दे ऑल सेड दैट द ट्रेनिंग इन फ्यूचरिस्टिक स्किल्स कुड have helped them in their professional career. If anybody will give them skill-based training, that will definitely enhance the employability of any candidate. Are you getting my point? More focused. It is vice versa. आपको कोई वो ट्रेनिंग दे रहा है या आप अपना ही एस्पेक्ट ऐसा डेवलप कर रहे हो कि उस चीज को आप अपने स्किल बिल्डिंग में कन्वर्ट करो, आपकी लर्निंग को, आपके नॉलेज को, तो दैट विल डेफिनेटली इंक्रीज द एम्प्लॉयबल परसेंटेज इन आवर कंट्री. करेक्ट? नाउ again, some facts. Unemployment rate rises. Here are two. It's not visible. Okay, यहाँ पे आपको दो facts दिख रहे हैं. One survey is done by NSS, National Survey Sample 68th round, which was carried out during July 2011 and June 2012. And the main focus was related to employment and unemployment. And the another reference was taken from PLFS, Periodic Labor Force Survey. And the main measurement, they have done employment and unemployment again. Now you can see here in a survey period, gender-wise, literacy up to primary, middle, secondary, higher, graduate, graduate and above, and postgraduate and above. You can compare 2011-12 and 2017-18, the unemployment rate got increased. This is really एक ऐसा फैक्ट है जो हमें कुछ सोचने को मजबूर कर रहा है कि व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज मिसिंग. आप देख रहे हो आपके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी बढ़ रही है, द प्लेटफॉर्म इज आल्सो इंक्रीजिंग. पहले के जमाने से आज आपको एक्सपोजर ज्यादा मिल रहा है, कनेक्टिविटी ज्यादा मिल रही है, बट स्टिल समथिंग इज मिसिंग, जिस कारण से हमारा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट रेज हो रहा है. Now, if we talk about the unemployment across India in 2019 by educational qualification, then again एक सोचने की बात आती है, why most of the graduate, the percentage of graduate is in unemployment is highest. Again कोई एक ऐसी fact है, कोई एक ऐसी चीज है जो हम सबसे मिस हो रहा है. हम सबसे mainly all those person जो आगे हमारे इंडस्ट्री में कोई एक कंट्रीब्यूशन देने वाले हैं. Those are budding engineers, budding graduates, management trainee. Is it? I'm focusing towards only for the student right now. Okay. There are many more reasons why we are lacking in this, but the major cause which I feel it is important to regain those things which help to make us more employable is you, the budding minds, the young minds. Now, these are the facts which I had just covered in last 3 slides. But now we talk about the challenges. बहुत सारे लोग नहीं इंडस्ट्री में जॉब नहीं मिलता है लोगों को. There's one more fact. The All India Council of Technical Education Statistics shows that the enrollment of youth for technical courses in India is lower than the available capacity. And less than 40% of graduating students get jobs in industry. We have lot potential in our academia. We have lots opportunity. हम और candidates, you can say manufacture कर सकते हैं. But वो कैपेसिटी भी फुलफिल नहीं हो पा रही है. साथ ही साथ जो मैन्युफैक्चर हो रहे हैं उसमें से भी 40% ही एब्जॉर्ब हो रहे हैं इंडस्ट्री में. तो द मेन चैलेंज is right now is education system, I can say. Although abhi state में new education system आया है in graduation level where you can of different type of segment like science के साथ आप art भी पढ़ सकते हो, art के साथ आप commerce भी पढ़ सकते हो based on your capability, your vision and your interest. This is I think will help definitely to judge the capability of individual. बट अगर अभी के एजुकेशन सिस्टम की अपन बात करें तो जब मैं भी ग्रेजुएट हुई या आप भी जब जिस सिस्टम में अभी पढ़ रहे हैं वहां मेजर जो कैरिकुलम है वो प्रोजेक्ट्स बेस्ड लर्निंग हार्डली 30% होती है या उसका मार्क्स 30% होता है. जो 70% मार्क्स होते हैं वो मोर और लेस होते हैं आपके कन्वेंशनल रिटन एंड ओरल एग्जामिनेशन पे. दैट इज ट्रू, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर, वो होना भी चाहिए. बट बिकॉज आपका ओरिएंटेशन वो 70% गेन करना नहीं होना चाहिए. 70% is the foundation of anything. That theoretical knowledge is the foundation of your approach towards industry, your problem solving skills. But your attitude should not only to gain the marks. You have to be switch your mind towards this thing that is project based learning. करेक्ट. अभी आप लोग कितने लोग हैं जो इस प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग को कुछ कनेक्ट कर पा रहे हो अपने से? एनीवन? यस, यस, सिट डाउन इन दिस. Can I know your background, which domain you are studying? Okay, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you tried to connect the both things? Hmm. ओके, मींस अगर आप कोई चीज को कर लेते हो प्रैक्टिकली तो वो चीज आप ज्यादा परसीव कर पाते हो, वो ज्यादा रिटेन होता है. या कह सकते हो लर्निंग आपने जितना पढ़ा या सुना उसका वेटेज अगर अगर 50% या 60% है तो करने के बाद वो मोर और लेस 95 या 100% हो सकता है. तो दैट इज द प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग. यू हैव टू स्टार्ट थिंकिंग कि हम किसी भी चीज को प्रैक्टिकली कैसे कनेक्ट करके उस चीज को लर्न करें. तो दिस इज अगेन वन चैलेंज जहां थोड़ी सी अपन ने सॉल्यूशन की भी बात करी. अगेन वन चैलेंज हियर, द टेक्निकल सिस्टम इन इंडिया. यहाँ पे हम बात कर रहे हैं, वी आर जस्ट गिविंग व्हेन एनी ग्रेजुएट enters in industry or any you can say the level 1 2 3 4 5 level I have here is mentioned in slides, the how many months and the cost on training is highest in graduate level. You can say here level of professional labor, that is engineer, the 6 to 24 months training duration and the cost of training per employee is very high. Again, why? Because the industry which they are expecting from any engineer that not covering in academics. That is the practical approach, problem solving skills. There's some few competency which students should develop during the graduate program, which definitely help the industry to move forward rapidly. And the absorption level of the fresh graduate will become high at very low cost. If all the competencies we at least start trying to cover in our graduate programs. And nothing. It is not like कि आपके academics program में वो चीज incorporate करी जाए. Meanwhile, he is doing something. That is the mandatory thing. The level of are different. Of those is different. That approach. उस चीज को अपने अंदर कैसे incorporate करते हो, that we need to learn. So this is clear what I'm trying to circulate with this slide. So absorption level कम हो रहा है, that is because of that we need to reduce at our own level also. Slide changer is disconnected. Okay. Now, again, the next challenge is students are not employable, as I covered in the previous slide also. But why? ऐसी क्या चीज है जो वो मिस कर रहे हैं? That is the methodological and personal competencies related to self-reliant, problem solving, interdisciplinary and out of the box thinking. Before starting the presentation, one or two students got interacted with me and they had some questions ki how I can do this. This is the constraint, this is the limitation. बहुत सारे doubts थे and those are the genuine doubts. हर student के मन में होगा. But again, the solution आपको ही ढूंढनी है. In academics, in You can say in your PhD program, in your master's, in your graduation, teacher doesn't have that much time to give individual attention to solve your problem. And it should not be. Otherwise, आप कब सीखोगे अपनी problem को solve करना? सेल्फ रिलायंट एनी किसी को इनमें से कोई चीज ऐसी है जो समझ में ना आ रही हो इन 4 वर्ड्स में? सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी आप गूगल करके भी डिफाइन कर सकते हो, बट सेल्फ रिलायंट मीन्स खुद पे भरोसा. Whatever the resources you have to utilize those things. And this is the main motto of today's conference also, self-reliant Madhya Pradesh. Atmanirbhar Madhya Pradesh is a vision of today's conference also. Then problem solving. यूजुअली एक ग्रेजुएट में या एक स्कूल गोइंग स्टूडेंट में एक टेंडेंसी हो जाती है, वी escape to face the problem. Is it correct? हम अधिकतर जो भी प्रॉब्लम सामने आती है हम उसको छोड़ देते हैं, उससे भाग लेते हैं. बट दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एटीट्यूड ऑल्सो. वी नीड टू लर्न द प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स. देन interdisciplinary. What does it mean? हम सीधे सीधे ये कह देते हैं कि वी आर इंजीनियर, वी आर नॉट फ्रॉम अकाउंट्स. इफ वी टॉक अबाउट एनी स्टार्टअप और समथिंग, अगर जहाँ पे फंडिंग लेने की बात आती है या हमको कुछ एक स्टार्टअप पिच बैक तैयार करना है जहाँ हम प्रोजेक्ट कर सकें कि हम कितना ग्रो करेंगे जिससे इन्वेस्टर्स हमारे पे इन्वेस्ट करें, तो वी ऑलवेज कोट लाइक यार हम तो इंजीनियर हैं, वी डोंट नो कैसे प्रेजेंट करना है. तो ये कंस्ट्रेंट दिमाग से जब तक नहीं हटेगा तब तक आप इस गैप को अगेन नहीं कर पाओगे, बिकॉज यू हैव सम आइडिया. लाइक मैम ऑल्सो कोटेड की बहुत अच्छे कॉन्सेप्ट थे, उन्होंने कुछ एक ऐसी कंपाउंड आई थिंक ना कंपाउंड बनाया जो कि इंडस्ट्री में साइड इफेक्ट्स को 20% रिड्यूस कर रहा था. बट डेफिनेटली वो एस्पेक्ट सिर्फ वहां पे नहीं रुक गया होगा, उस इन्वेंशन या उस इनोवेशन पे. इंडस्ट्री बनाने में दे मस्ट हैव learns a lot of things apart from biochemistry. That is called interdisciplinary thing. कि आपको डिफरेंट सेगमेंट के साथ अपने हाथ मिलाने हैं, अपनी दोस्ती को बढ़ाना है. इन अ वेरी सिंपल वर्ड, अपना इस माइंडसेट को बिल्कुल हटाना है कि वी आर इंजीनियर या कि मैं अकाउंट्स नहीं समझ सकती. और इसको आप और कोरिलेट कर सकते हो आप अपने प्रोफेशन से कि आप क्या इंटरडिसिप्लिन कनेक्शंस बनाए जा सकते हैं. देन आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग. अगेन आई एम हाईली इम्प्रेस्ड विथ योर 5 to 10 minutes वर्ड्स. पीएचडी करने के बाद आप असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर या इसी एकेडमिया में ही बढ़ना जरूरी नहीं है. यू कैन गेन सो मच इन इंडस्ट्री, यू कैन गिव सो मच टू इंडस्ट्री. ये आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स थिंकिंग है. एक कन्वेंशनल अप्रोच से हटके कुछ सोचना जरूरी है आज के यूथ को. जब तक आप एक कन्वेंशनल अप्रोच से नहीं हटोगे तो दिस गैप, इंडस्ट्री एकेडमिया गैप को फिल करना बहुत मुश्किल है. ट्रू. 10th के बाद या 8th के बाद यूजुअली हमारा एक विजन बन जाता है, मुझे मैनेजमेंट साइड जाना है, मुझे इंजीनियर बनना है, मुझे डॉक्टर बनना है. वाई? मोस्टली हम इन्फ्लुएंस्ड होते हैं. करेक्ट. इन्फ्लुएंस फैक्टर्स क्या क्या होता है? आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क one इन ईच कॉलम. एनीवन फ्रॉम हियर? आपके सब्जेक्ट चूज करने में, आपके प्रोफेशन को चूज करने में व्हाट वाज द मेन फोर्सिंग एलिमेंट? वाज friends, interest. Good. Anyone else? Family background? Sorry? Learning. Salary. Great, great. Market demand. True. बिल्कुल सही. ऑलमोस्ट आपने वो सारी चीजें कर ली. या तो हमारे बड़े भाई बहन पापा हमारे एक इंस्पिरेशन हो जाते हैं, जिनको हम एडमायर करते हैं कि यार हमें ऐसा बनना है, या हमें दिखता है कि यार इस सेगमेंट में बहुत पैसा है, आगे हाईली पेड जॉब्स है, या हमारा फ्रेंड बेस्ट फ्रेंड वो चीज कर रहा होता है, बट हम उस चीज में एक पॉइंट आपने बोला, 1% फ्रॉम हियर, द इंटरेस्ट, योर कैपेबिलिटी एज वेल एज अंडरस्टैंडिंग। ये सेगमेंट ऐसा है जो आपको स्कूल से ही प्रैक्टिस करना चाहिए, पर चलो स्कूल में नहीं किया तो एटलीस्ट इन ग्रेजुएशन यू कैन स्टार्ट थिंकिंग ऑफ ऑल दीज थिंग कि वॉट एवर यू आर डूइंग, what is the best part in your academics, in your learning, in your graduate program, which inspired you to move forward in industry. I think यहाँ management students ज़्यादा है. Okay. तो let me quote a one simple example. Management में आपके main domain जो मैं understand करती हूँ, HR, sales, marketing, finance. Okay. सबसे ज्यादा लोग किस डोमेन में जाना प्रेफर करते हैं? मार्केटिंग एंड फाइनेंस. दो नाम तो किसी ने लिए ही नहीं, HR एंड सेल्स. क्यों नहीं लिया? व्हाट इज द रीजन? मुझे नहीं पता, आप ही बताओगे. बोला किसी ने भाग लेते हैं. किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में आप जस्ट इमेजिन करो, कोई भी इंडस्ट्री, फोर्टी परसेंट सेल्स की भी बाकी सब तो वो कर रहे हैं, मैं तो मैं गधा. प्रेशर होता है, वो तुम्हारे फ्यूचर के लिए सही हो. दिस इज द करेक्ट टाइम where you can rethought, you can reproject your future. This is the same statement I have written. The admission time में हम बहुत ज़्यादा influenced होते हैं चीज़ों के. Now, coming to the new approaches. अब हम वो बात करते हैं, छोटी छोटी बातें ही करेंगे. Nothing theory, कोई बहुत नहीं, एक practical approach की बात करेंगे. Because I am from industry, मैं पिछले 7 साल से अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चला रही हूँ, दैट इज इटर्नल इंफ्रा हाइट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. ये एक सिविल कंस्ट्रक्शन और कंसल्टेंसी प्रोजेक्ट्स लीड करती है, लाइक वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स, इरिगेशन स्कीम्स, रोड प्रोजेक्ट्स. हमारा स्पेशलाइजेशन डोमेन रूरल इंजीनियरिंग में है. जब मैंने ये कंपनी स्टार्ट करी, द फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस आई faced from my family itself. लड़की सिविल इंजीनियर गांव में जाएगी, बिकॉज माई एक्सपर्ट डोमेन इज रूरल इंजीनियरिंग. और अगेन इन यू कैन से अपने कलीग्स जो मेरे पुराने थे या कुछ फ्रेंड्स, दे वर लाइक, मार्केट में तो स्ट्रक्चर इंजीनियर की डिमांड है, व्हाई आर यू इनटू इन दिस सेगमेंट? एक सिविल इंजीनियर के लिए एक परसेप्शन जो है दैट इज जो बिल्डिंग को डिजाइन करके दे सके, करेक्ट? या फिर एक आर्किटेक्ट जो एक सुंदर सा नक्शा बना के दे सके. आई एम नॉट इन बोथ. आई एम टिपिकली इन रूरल सेगमेंट, rural roads, rural buildings, rural water supply, irrigation, canals. And I worked in interior part of the MP as well as the Chhattisgarh, even in the Bastar, Dantewada. This resistance I faced initially in my family, then in market itself. Whenever I walked in any government department, that department is purely male dominant department. Not even a single employee sometime is female. You don't even find a ladies' toilet in those offices. Then again, this gap was not as like कि किसी ने बनाया था या कोई ऐसी मजबूरी थी, but this is somehow बन गया. एक माइंडसेट लोगों का बनता चला गया कि गर्ल्स आर नॉट सो मच fitted in civil engineering in this type of profile. They are perfect for billing, planning, and back office work and structure things. But with, you can say, the approaches this I'm just going to discuss here, it helps me a lot to sustain in market and definitely making some noise in industry. After 1 or 2 years, I felt कहीं ना कहीं मैं टीम बनाने में स्ट्रगल कर रही हूँ. पैशनेट छोटी सी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में then I came up with the concept of make you skilled. Make you skilled is nothing that is you can say I'm trying to give a brand name of passion to जो कि किसी कस्टमाइज जैसे किसी ग्रुप ऑफ स्टूडेंट ने बोला कि मुझे a good platform to understand the main gap between the industry and academia. जो मैं इंडस्ट्री में चाह रही हूं वो मुझे एकेडमिक से क्यों नहीं मिल रहा और कैसे मैं उसको ले सकती हूं. दैट्स it's a purely vision of make you skilled. Now, coming back to this slide, the new approach is developing the competencies. We have to understand the mindset theories. हम क्या सोचते हैं, that is mindset. We'll cover problem-based learning and promoting internships. बहुत सारे academics में, institutions, institute में, universities में, it is now mandatory कि आप आते, that is a question. चूंकि हम एक सर्टिफिकेट सबमिट करना है तो दैट्स व्हाई हम अपीयर हो रहे हैं, बट हम उससे क्या गेन कर पा रहे हैं या हमारा मोटो गेन करने का है कि नहीं, दैट इज द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. नाउ competencies, methodological competency. व्हाट इज दिस? फैंसी वर्ड नहीं है, जनरल भाषा में मैं बता रही हूँ. जो मैं बात कर रही थी कि अपन थ्योरी 70% पढ़ते हैं, बट व्हाट वी नीड टू गेन, हम उस थ्योरी को प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम से या रियल टाइम चैलेंजेस से कैसे कनेक्ट करते हैं. क्लियर? मेरे पास बहुत अच्छे मैनेजमेंट के एग्जाम्पल तो एकदम नहीं, बट डेफिनेटली छोड़ दो। यहाँ पे जब तक आपको टीचर नहीं पढ़ा, बट उसको रियल एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड प्रॉब्लम को अटेम्प्ट करने की भी विलिंगनेस नहीं दिखाई, दैट इज द इंडस्ट्रियल गैप फ्रॉम योर एंड। हम कितनी ही कोशिश कर ले आपको इंटर्नशिप में भेजने की, आप गेन ही नहीं करना चाहते हो, then social, dealing with people and communication. How many of you have stage fear? If I'll call anyone, कौन willingly आके यहाँ पे मेरे साथ कुछ बोलना चाहेगा? One or two? Okay. And how many of you are wanted to be a leader of any particular group? You want a representative of particular group अगर कोई case study देते हैं? Good figure at least. So this is again a very strong point, because when you go to the industry, you need to work on team. And working in team is most efficient when the communication is good. This is my organization problem. I have in my office 15. That makes very uncomfortable. वर्किंग इन्वायरमेंट में ऐसे में काम करना जहां आपको पूरे इंफॉर्मेशन ही नहीं मिल रही है प्रोजेक्ट की, आप काम नहीं कर पाओगे। तो जो समय ग्रेजुएट को ट्रेन करने का 2 साल है, दैट इज रीजन। एक उसका ये भी है कि बहुत सारा समय तो हमें आपको कम्युनिकेट करना सिखाना पड़ता है कि व्हाट आर द की पॉइंट विच यू नीड टू हैंड ओवर for the next client. That is, next client means your in-house team, next team. That competency you need to gain in your graduate. At least उसकी practice करना चालू करो. WhatsApp and everything is not only for communicating the jokes and all, photos and all. Just assess the power of that tool. एंड जस्ट मैंने व्हाट्सएप का नाम इसलिए लिया कि आप सोच ही नहीं सकते हो कि वो व्हाट्सएप से कितना पावरफुल प्रोजेक्ट गवर्न हो जा रहा है। इतने प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट और इन सब के बहुत से टूल्स मार्केट में ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। Now, personal. Your positive work attitude, your presentation skills, self-discipline, these are the portfolios which you really need to look in your graduate program. अधिकतर लोग ये सोच लेते हैं कि यार ये बहुत अच्छा बोलता है, मैं तो बोल ही नहीं सकता। बट ऐसा नहीं है, सब बोल सकते हैं, कोई ज्यादा कोई कम। बट यहां बोलना या लैंग्वेज से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है योर कॉन्फिडेंस, योर सेल्फ ट्रस्ट, योर कमांड इन योर टॉपिक। यूजुअली जो मैं जनरल इंदौर में स्पेशली जो माहौल देख रही हूँ, या when I worked with Pidilite industry prior to this my venture, I worked 5 years in industry with ACC Cement and Pidilite industry in Mumbai, and I was the national trainer for concrete technology, wood construction. They are not personal competencies thing. वो बैरियर अपने दिमाग से हटाइए. If you have good command in your subject, speak up, बोलो. And definitely this is a learning. पूरा आपका इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपीरियंस वुड बी अ लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस. मैं आज यहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन दे के सबसे पहले मैंने कुछ सीखा मैम से, कुछ आपसे. That attitudes must be in your personal competency, that is self discipline also. Like self discipline यानी हमने एक नियम बनाया है कि मैं आज कुछ नया लर्न करूंगा या करूंगी. That really makes difference in industry when you enter with these competencies. True? Agreed? Any conflict? No? Now, coming to mindset. Mindset is what? It is internal dialogue. Correct? अब ये माइंडसेट मैं बार बार बोल रही हूँ और यहाँ पे लिखा भी है मैंने, इज मेनली ड्राइविंग फोर्स बिहाइंड एवरी सक्सेस स्टोरी, बिहाइंड एवरी फेलियर. सुना भी होगा ना, कॉमन सेइंग. आपने क्या सोचा है वो आपको आगे कहां तक ले जाएगा, बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट. अब माइंडसेट जो बेसिकली होता है, दैट इज द फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट एंड ग्रोथ माइंडसेट. थोड़ी सी मैं डेफिनेशन बताती हूँ. ग्रोथ माइंडसेट कैंडिडेट बढ़ाई जा सकती, डेवलप की जा सकती है. तो दिस इज द मेन डिफरेंस. और आज मेजर ग्रेजुएट क्राउड मुझे फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट का मिलता है और उनको पता भी नहीं होता है कि वो फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट पे है. फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट का मैं एग्जांपल देती हूँ, इट माइट बी मोर अंडरस्टेबल. मुझे कोई रिसर्च पेपर बनाना है, मुझे उसको इंडस्ट्री, वो रिसर्च पेपर मुझे ऐसा बनाना है कि मेरा वो प्रोडक्ट, उससे जो मैं भी आउटपुट निकालना चाह रही हूँ, वो मेरे लिए इंडस्ट्री में मैं यूज कर पाऊँ. बट ये मैं चाह रही हूँ, बट मैंने उसके साथ इतने सारे इफ बट लगा लिए हैं कि मुझे इंडस्ट्री वाले अपने इंडस्ट्री में जाने नहीं दे रहे हैं, मुझसे अपना डेटा नहीं शेयर कर रहे हैं. मैं कैसे समझूं उनकी क्या प्रॉब्लम है, उनकी क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, मैं अपना प्रोडक्ट कैसे डिजाइन करूं ऐसे. दीज आर द फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट कि हमने पहले से ही मान लिया ये तो हो ही नहीं सकता. इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. वही दूसरी अप्रोच होगी इंडस्ट्री वाले डेटा नहीं दे रहे हैं, बट वो जो दे रहे हैं उससे मैं क्या गेन करूं? करेक्ट? कोई भी इंडस्ट्री वोंट शेयर एवरी कॉन्फिडेंशियल डेटा विथ एनी graduate or research scholar. They have some policies. बट जो रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल है उससे आप बेस्ट क्या बना सकते हो, दैट यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड. करेक्ट? एक और छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल, इफ यू हैव entered in any prestigious institute like IIT, IIT में भी एक टॉप लेवल होगा और एक लास्ट होगा. वो टॉप और लास्ट कैसे डिफाइन हो गया? सब उसी कंपटीशन को फेस करके आए हैं. नॉमिनल मार्क्स से प्लस माइनस होते हैं वो रैंक आईआईटीज में, बट निकलते समय वो डिफरेंस ज्यादा हो जाता है. व्हाई? बिकॉज कुछ कैंडिडेट ऐसे होते हैं जो ये सोच लेते हैं कि आई एम द बेस्ट, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम इनटू आईआईटी. और कुछ कैंडिडेट ऐसे होते हैं जो ये सोचते हैं कि वाओ, आई गॉट द अपॉर्चुनिटी, जो यहाँ पे मुझसे भी बेहतर लोग हैं जिनसे मैं कुछ लर्न करूंगा, जिनसे मैं कुछ नया सीखूंगा. तो ग्रोथ माइंडसेट बेसिकली आपको, आपकी डिजायर होती है कुछ नया लर्न करने की, और वो डिजायर अगर एक ग्रेजुएट कैंडिडेट में अगर है तो वो डेफिनेटली इंडस्ट्री में उन 40% में है जो एम्प्लॉयबल है. और जिनने फिक्स्ड माइंडसेट बना लिया है कि हाँ आई एम द बेस्ट, या जो एस्केप करने का रूट जिन्होंने अपना लिया है, वो फिर बचे हुए 60% में, दोज आर नॉट एम्प्लॉयबल. Then another thing is problem based learning, a real world simulation with no right or no wrong answers. Like हमें एक अप्रोच डेवलप करनी हमारे एकेडमिया में, लाइक केस स्टडीज एंड ऑल, जिसमें सही गलत नहीं होता है, जिसमें सिर्फ हमको स्टूडेंट्स की अप्रोच डेवलप करना, उनकी थिंकिंग कैपेबिलिटी बढ़ाने पे ज्यादा गौर करनी. हमारे एग्जामिनेशन पैटर्न और असाइनमेंट पैटर्न ये होता है कि पर्टिकुलर कैंडिडेट, और वी हैव टू मोटिवेट आवरसेल्फ. हम किसी पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन में, किसी प्रॉब्लम में हम एक सॉल्यूशन ढूंढें, वो सही है या गलत, दैट इज अलग थिंग, दैट इज डिफरेंट थिंग. बट वो अप्रोच, वो दिमाग चलाना जरूरी है. Then problem based learning include the development of problem solving skills, like छोटे छोटे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, स्टार्टअप्स, इंडस्ट्री, उनमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है, आप मैनेजमेंट के हो, आप मैनेजमेंट का ऐसी क्या चीज उसको सजेस्ट कर सकते हो उस इंडस्ट्री को कि उसकी कोई छोटी सी भी प्रॉब्लम आपका हो. Then self directed learning skill, इसके लिए इट इज लाइक आपके टीचर्स आपके फेलिसिटेटर हो सकते हैं, वो आपको फैसिलिटी दे सकते हैं, कुछ क्लू दे सकते हैं, गाइड कर सकते हैं, वो आपको सॉल्यूशन नहीं बता सकते हैं. आपको सॉल्यूशन गेन करने के लिए सेल्फ डायरेक्टेड लर्निंग, यानी आपको किस डायरेक्शन बढ़ना है इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने में, वो अचीव करना सीखना है. Then increasing exposure to industry, like internship program, spend maximum time of प्योर academics, यानी आपके जो कैरिकुलम कोर्स है उसके साथ यू जस्ट स्टार्ट इन्वॉल्विंग इन द इंडस्ट्रियल प्रैक्टिसेस. बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस हैं आजकल, ऑनलाइन मोड में इतनी इंटर्नशिप मिल रही है. जस्ट बी अ पार्ट ऑफ दैट इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपोजर. सर वेट मत करो कि आपके टीचर्स या अकेडमिक्स, आपका इंस्टीट्यूट बोले आपको कि आप एक सर्टिफिकेट लाओ इंटर्नशिप का. यू जस्ट ट्राई टू इन्वॉल्व इन इंडस्ट्रियल वर्क. This definitely improve your vision towards your work, and that would lead you love your work. जब आपको आपके प्रोफेशन से प्यार होगा ना, तो वो गैप अपने आप कम हो जाएगा. देन रियल वर्ल्ड चैलेंज इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोजेक्ट्स में इन्वॉल्व हो, हाइपोथेटिकल प्रोजेक्ट्स में नहीं. डेफिनेटली फाउंडेशन अच्छी होनी चाहिए. देयर मस्ट बी सम बैकग्राउंड, सम फाउंडेशन. डोंट मिसलीड माय वर्ड, बट दैट शुड बी अ लाइक रियल टाइम प्रॉब्लम पे काम करिए. देन इंटरेक्शन बना के रखिए इंडस्ट्री से. उनकी केसेस स्टडीज पढ़िए. बहुत से जर्नल्स निकलते हैं जहाँ पे इंडस्ट्री कंट्रीब्यूट करती है कि व्हाट दे वांट. देन टेक अवे फॉर बडिंग ग्रेजुएट, build self trust, believe in your capabilities. ये मत सोचो कि सेल्स में कोई नहीं जा रहा तो हम क्यों जाएं. ये सोचो कि आई कैन डू बेस्ट इन इंडस्ट्री इन सेल्स डोमेन. आई हैव दोज कॉम्पिटेंसीज. मुझे पसंद है वो काम करना. Try to achieve growth mindset. Be positive and keep learning mode on रखो हमेशा. Then don't escape from problem, face it. And definitely self-learning, try to develop self-directed learning skills. किसी भी problem के लिए don't depend on anyone else. Just try कि तुम क्या attempt करोगे. हर attempt, हर failure कुछ नया सिखा के जाएगा. Correct? Anything else? जो मैं मिस कर रही हूँ और आपको लगता है कि ये भी होना चाहिए. It would be a learning part for me from today's session, because this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for patient listening, and thank you for giving me a learning opportunity to interact with the young minds. You can reach me at soumya@makeyourskill.com. Thank you. Thanks, Dan.
अभी आप लोगों को ये फॉर्म मिले हुए हैं सभी को? अच्छा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दें. एक्चुअली हम लोग मध्य प्रदेश साइंस पॉलिसी बनाने जा रहे हैं, जिसमें मध्य प्रदेश विज्ञान एवं नवाचार नीति, एमपी साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इनोवेशन पॉलिसी, भारत सरकार में इस तरह की पॉलिसी बनाई जा चुकी है. और मध्य प्रदेश की साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पॉलिसी, जैसे अभी स्कूल एजुकेशन या एजुकेशन पॉलिसी बनी है, फॉरेस्ट पॉलिसी होती है, हर डिपार्टमेंट की कोई पॉलिसी होती है, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में या इंडिया में अभी तक साइंस पॉलिसी नहीं बनी हुई है. तो नेशनल लेवल पर भी पॉलिसी बनाई गई है और स्टेट लेवल पर पॉलिसी बनाने का काम अभी चल रहा है. तो इस पॉलिसी मेकिंग में एमपी काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी को नोडल एजेंसी, और हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल हैं डॉक्टर अनिल कोठारी, उनको नोडल पर्सन नियुक्त किया गया है राज्य शासन के द्वारा. और इस पॉलिसी के बनाने में हर स्टेज से हम लोगों से आइडियाज़ ले रहे हैं कि छोटे से छोटा आइडिया फार्मर भी हो सकता है, कोई मेसन भी हो सकता है, प्रोफेसर भी हो सकते हैं, टेक्नोक्रेट हो सकते हैं. हर लेवल पर आइडियाज़ इसमें कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो अभी ये जो सेमिनार चल रहा है, इसमें भी हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया है कि सभी से आइडिया लें. तो ये जो फॉर्मेट आपको दिया गया है, इसको आप भरिए, और बिल्कुल जो आपका, जैसे अभी मैडम ने आपको समझाया कि आपका जो ओरिजिनल थॉट है, किसी से पूछ के नहीं आपको भरना है. बिल्कुल आपका जो ओरिजिनल है, आपका बेसिक है, उसको आप डालिए कि आप क्या सोचते हैं, क्या हमारी साइंस में होना चाहिए और कैसे हम प्रदेश की प्रोग्रेस कर सकते हैं. एक मैडम को देना, शेरोन मैडम को. तो इसको अभी हमारा सेशन चलेगा, इसको आप कल भी जमा कर सकते हैं, अभी तुरंत देना जरूरी नहीं है, कल भी दे सकते हैं, कल भी हम लोग हैं यहाँ. ठीक है.
It's better you people read it carefully and submit it tomorrow, sir, because now if they fill it, they'll fill it randomly and it would be, the chances of getting incorrect is. And please don't scribble and scratch. I mean, put it right, whatever you're writing, write correct at once. क्योंकि वो पढ़ने वाले को दिक्कत होती है, आप लोग काट काट के लिखते हो ना, वो that is not good. Don't put whitener. हाँ, that is what. So now we have some paper presentations with us. We have 7 groups wherein we have paper presentations. Ma'am, we'll start with you. So from your group, you are the one. Oh, you're big one. Or the PPT if you have. In pen drive itself. You have the PowerPoint presentation in your laptop itself. Oh. May I know all the 7 groups, are all of you present here, the ones who have to give the paper presentation? Ma'am is there. May I know your name, please? Okay. So have you submitted your presentation to that mail which was given? Ma'am, do you have a pen drive or should you have a pen drive? Okay. Ma'am, can you please submit it to that on that email which was given to you? mpvs.ico@gmail.com. ICAO. IACO, sorry. @gmail.com. Your name, please? Okay. So you've submitted that PPT on the mail, no? So you please also do, or if you have a pen drive, then we can connect it here. Okay, no problem. Farida ma'am, are you ready with the, so meanwhile, while she sends it to on the mail, we can start it with you. So we have Dr. Farida Khan who will be giving the paper presentation. Each group is allotted 15 minutes for paper presentation and all we have 7 groups, so that why the time limit is restricted is because we want to wind it up by 5 maximum, if not 5:30. So that we all can reach home at time, because it's already too cold, no? And even in this outskirts in our campus, it's pretty cold. So I request your kind cooperation for that. Meanwhile, others who haven't submitted their presentations may kindly mail it to this email ID which I have given you, or else if you have the pen drive, then that will also suffice. Thank you.
So good afternoon once again. Now I'm back with more subject-specific slides that I'm allotted for. Once again, I would thank the organizers, Dr. Abhishek, Anshul, the madam who introduced Dr. Garg, IIT Indore and MapCost for giving me this opportunity. I would stick to the subject and I would not try not exceeding the time. I can take the questions at the end of the session. So since most of you, as I came to know, are management students, my work area is at the interface of biotechnology and pharma. So most of us are being exposed to this with the growing knowledge and the sudden attack of viruses. We are more and more, everybody who's even non-scientific is becoming scientific and biologists. So biology is at the interface now and at the hot topic and the hot seat. What drives us into our conversation and endless lectures teaming into industry and academia? Basically, all the biology terminates into something called PhD, and we look forward to having a glittering career in academics as highly accomplished scientists. That is one aspect. The other aspect that we link together is our translatable or bench to bedside kind of deliverable projects which we need to execute, which needs large funding, large money, should be backed up by big industries, should involve innovations, and how do we translate that innovation to the societal impacts. So let's look into what an industry looks for an academician. We think that academicians turn into industry when they want to make a profitable business, or they want to have a venture or capitalist or that kind of an attitude. So you plan on getting scientists turn into more of a businessman. Whereas that is not the case. If the scientist is working in the lab and they have something which is translatable and more profitable when it is given to the society. I would give you an example. When Salk and Sebin invented the vaccine, they said we would not patent it because if we patented it, would be restricted to certain section of the society, maybe a rich, poor, or more advanced nation, developed nation. What is happening with the vaccine right now is somewhat like situation. So they went on, and rather than making profit, they went on, gave it to the society. And now what we have are Salk and Sebin vaccines that prevent us from many most deleterious diseases. So for a biotech point of view, we look for some things which we can patent, which can give it a more diagnostic or more treatable options which are currently there in the market. That is what and the restrictions that we feel is we don't have enough funds. We feel that in academia, we are restricted by funds because mostly these funds comes from government agencies, and government agencies have limited resources giving to each universities and centrally funded research institutes. So where do we look out for funding? We look out for the industry. So we go and sell our ideas to the industry and ask, are you going to take our idea? Are you going to give us the money? Would you be interested enough? And the industry person who's sitting across the table comes and says, why should I? What do I get in return? So we say, okay, let us file a patent together. So if the patent is there, if we have patented something black and white or orange and purple, whatever terms and benefits or the profits that we get, we distribute amongst us depending on the ratio who has contributed what. So it's basically a businessman's approach. But that's not all to it. There is something a lot more which is sticking behind, and that is called innovation. Years and years in struggle. If you can imagine, you have seen Corona till now. Last 30 years, we did not even have one antiviral drug come into market. Most of them were deadlock failures. So these failures are the deterrents for industries to approach the academicians because whatever they fund is going to go down the drain. So how does an industry and academician blend together? So we talk about only one interface, that's biology and industry. So is it job? Yes, I'll get a job. Obviously, the salaries would be more lucrative, the perks would be higher, and the growth would be faster. Career? Yes, tomorrow I may become a vice president or CEO of my company. Whereas if I go into academia, I may be lingering at some assistant or associate professor level. Or financial, yes, we know private sector has more money, they fund better, they give you a better life standard, they invest on an employee, and they always take the return out of it. And yes, like I said, growth. These are the only 3-4 things, terminologies, which bridge between an academician and an industry jobs. So what does global researchers' point of view is? They say, if you merge, or if there's a marriage between an academy and industry, what in the end of the gain would be? So the gain comes into few main points which we look forward to. Why do we want academicians or newer and newer younger generation coming into company or into academia? It's not one is better the other. It's just what serves you. If you are interested into that kind of profession where you feel yourself as a misfit in either academia industry, you have a right to choose whichever you fit in, because ultimately it's you who gain. If you have a translatable idea right in your graduate or doctoral degrees, you want to rise as fast as possible, you want it to get into society, you want to patent it, you want to get a vaccine out of it, you want a disease, you want an anti-cancer drug. So that's how you go in the market, you go in and ask for the companies. Pfizer may come, AstraZeneca may come, anybody would come and funded that idea. Why? First of all, you'll have to convince them. Secondly, they have to be having trust that you are giving them a deliverable, targeted subject which you would not deter from later. This is what company looks for, because having great ideas is good, but having a logistic and reasonable deadlines is even more important. We assume we can do a lot more things, but naturally and scientifically and logically speaking, there are certain limitations which every country, which every industry has. So that assessment is what is very well carried out between industry. They don't have endless funds. They would not go on funding you 10 years of research where you keep on saying we did not have a vaccine, we did not have a vaccine, or we had and it failed in the first round. So that part becomes a dead end financially. They have invested $3 billion. Now you don't come up and say we do not have even one drug
as an antiviral or anti-cancer drug. So that's the biggest thing as against lot other engineering and other fields. Biology students have to live with it is a large number of years, which goes into failures in coming into terms of a deliverable a deliverable result to the society. It may take 30 years for a drug to come into the market. Even after coming to the market, it may face a rampant level of resistance and have to be withdrawn later. So these kind of window period, this kind of lag phase is very high in biology. So that is what is hindering the more productive growth between academia and industry. But when we look in a broader prospects, we have better potential and social impact because one gives intelligence, the other puts in money. So what can better we look for? Secondly, you have better student opportunities and outcomes. You don't have to what an average lifespan of a biologist is: 3 years BSc, 2 years MSc, 5 years PhD, 5 to 8 years of postdoc. By the time you come out of postdoc, you're nearly 35 to 40. By that time, your friends would have become general manager or would have exceeded a large amount of promotions, and you start your career. So to avoid that gap, you can always take up industry right after masters. So what you do is you have better students opportunities and outcomes. If a person young mind is ignited, has a good idea, is deliverable, is competent enough for the market, why not catch him young? What my earlier speakers was saying, catch them young, CTY program. So we look forward, the younger you are, the better output would be, the more moldable you are for the company needs, and your output becomes, the years of output that you put in after masters and after postdoctoral fellowship is huge. You're 10 years late after coming from 2 postdocs from US or Sweden or Germany, whatever it is. So right after masters, if you get into company, you have large young force of population which are workable and can put in lot of work hours and newer ideas for the companies to grow. So that makes the society grow in turn, because you get a handsome salary, you support a family, you get a job satisfaction, and at the same time you give science a meaning. Utilize government programs for funding. We have been working a lot in many countries where government fundings have been utilized for some kind which can be collaborated with industry. Like we start a program of developing a vaccine, then patent it, and then collaborate with industry to make it into a production scale. That's called an upscale production. So when a larger audience comes, let's say we take 4 states of India and we would like to distribute that drug. So we cannot do it at the government level. You need a large production units. So those production units can be supplied from the company. So that is how we have a hybrid kind of a marriage kind of alliance between industry and academic. You have an industry funding. We definitely know the sponsors like Ambani's, Tata's, and all of them have very large funding. Today, we stand with one cancer institute, and that's Tata Cancer. So until unless there is a investment of private and public sector, we do not hope to grow much as compared to the other countries, which have very well fine-tuned with public and private partnership. Economic development becomes a primary goal of every country, of every society. So if we put in academia, we are just generating intellectuals with no job opportunities. So why not, as soon as you come out of your job, design a program so that you get exposed to the industry, put in your years of work, and then that helps you to grow. So that is, and you will sustain your family, sustain your society, and sustain the skills that you have cultivated during long hours of 5 years undergraduate, postgraduate programs. So in totality, 5 to 10 points are the basic highlights of why we are encouraging industry and academia partnerships. So recent and famous industry and academia collaborations that you have seen, I wouldn't wait for you to answer. I would be eager enough to give the answer myself, and that would be COVID vaccine. And can somebody tell me which COVID vaccine we are talking about? Something to do with India. We had a partnership with Oxford, a renowned Ivy League institute. We know there are Ivy League institute like Columbia, Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard. They are all Ivy League institutes. You have Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 institutes. So the Tier 1 Ivy League institutes, which comprises one of the leading institutes of the world, Oxford teamed up with Serum Institute of India. They gave us a vaccine, and that's how we won the battle to a large extent in few of the waves of Corona. So that was a perfect blend of a company, of academicians who had been working for years on something, giving their idea, translatable idea into product, deliverable product to a company, and they were taking charge from that. It's like a relay race. We walk till here, we run till here, you take the lead from here, you take the baton from here. That's how we work on. Okay, 20 years of endless hard work is done by academicians.
take the baton from here to the industry. They give you profit. So in turn, what do you satisfy? First of all, your society gains. Second of all, the academicians who have spent sleepless night and toiled hard for over the years, they get a lot of satisfaction both academically as well as the profit which comes goes to the academicians, and that gives them the morale boosting to start more innovative works and employ more young ignited minds. So it's like a vicious circle. You gain profit, you feel more rejuvenated, you put in more hard work, you get more ideas, you gather more good platforms. Those good platforms give more product deliverable products to health sector, pharma sector, drug sector. Mind you, we are still very far behind becoming into total drug disease free world. We have not conceptualized into any condition where there's a country. If all the research was translatable, you imagine we would not be having disease in any country. Let's say most advanced countries should not have any disease. They would have answer to all cancer patients. They would have answer to all heart strokes. They would have answer to all kind of neurological disorders, but that doesn't happen. So that means there's an ever-ending demand of young and more productive research, newer diagnostic things. So we are just fighting a battle. By the time we conquer one disease, the other one crops up. So it's like one following the other. So where does the cycle end? It doesn't end. So if the industry has to come in, they come in as a profit making, yes, but that profit will be in turn given to the society. They're not keeping it for themselves to grow. So with this, a very famous talk dialogue which has been posted in YouTube is Research 2030 podcast, episode 10. It says, why two heads are better than one? The power of university and industry collaborations. And how other countries have done it is that Dr. Tony, who's heading the University Industry Demonstration Partnership, which is in Sweden, United States, and the same concepts in the European, Scandinavian countries, work on this principle where they say government can only fund to a limited extent. They can fund universities, they can fund few selected research institutes, but not endlessly over the years. So you should be able to generate problems, design problems, which can be sold in the market and somebody can contribute. Okay, let me see the Tata groups, Ambani groups, anybody comes says, okay, let me put the money, because 10 years if I put the money, I'll get a profit for net. For they're not being selfish, they're just being reasonable, because the manpower they are going to put, the resources they are going to put, they need to reinvent and replenish those academicians for a continuous supply of money versus ideas. So this is how other countries work. So what is the market, what the academicians need and what the industry needs? The industry needs market alignment courses. You should be designed like all my speakers have taken. They need skilled, developed manpower. They need solutions for whatever the major concern is. Right now we have corona. Last decade was marked by HIV, and now cancer, diabetes. Then you have operational approaches. Whereas what does academia needs? You need that funding and infrastructure. We cannot have 3 crore laboratories every now and then. So that 3 crore laboratories, 3 crore microscope, 50 crore this, that has to be given as a donation, philanthropic activities, or some kind of a mutual adjustment of profit and investment. Then we need equal partnership between industry. It cannot be industry taking all the advantages and giving nothing to the university. If anything product has been able to give, suppose you invent a corona vaccine and you're sitting on a management skill. If you have given it to the market and you make $50 billion, you will have some of it, and it will in turn come to IIT Indore. That will help Indore to bring up a infrastructure which for future students would be ideal for them to have better prospects. Then you need placements, you need feasible goals. Like I said, all goals have to be marked with the money and the timelines. Nothing can be endless and nothing can be absolutely limitless. So everything has to be deliverable, on time, and logistically workable. So what do research collaborations between academia and industry has? Basically, research collaboration needs institutional perspective. It's 15 minutes. I think 5 minutes were left. Okay, so industrial and research perspective, both have their own areas to govern. You have managing benefit industry, establishing contacts. You need to propose and plan a budget which is properly. So basically what industry and academia work is a triple helix model. Triple helix model works on industry, government, and university. And how does that work? It's more student centric, like the topic for the talk today is. You have better weightage of publications, better weightage of growth if you have an industry putting in money and you translating their money into deliverable targets. We can have industry deliverable degrees, like industry sponsored. Pfizer sponsors your PhD, AstraZeneca sponsors your PhD. Likewise, you can work from them, you can have a bond with them for 5 years. China works like that. So does UK and so does Scandinavian countries. Multi-year agreement between a pharmaceutical company, a university, and the government. That's what is called a triple helix arrangement. This is what we would like to sum up with. I wish someone had told me this when I was just getting started. So the more late the information is communicated, more late you get into forming into your ideas. So what state-sponsored things we have in biology is BIRAC, state-sponsored programs, you have Atal incubation programs, you have startup grants, you have innovation awards, and universities all working in the hemline of industry-academia partnership. So we need more internships, trainings. Since my time is limited, I would just stick to what is written. We need curriculum design, we need hybrid interactions, and that would evolve both at the student and the faculty level. We need more faculties from the academia as well as industry equal partnership. So that holds true for all scholarships. I know there's a Times of India scholarship, so should be a scholarship from AstraZeneca, from a Pfizer, from a Johnson & Johnson, that will be sufficing your need of financial as well as security. And yes, a well-charted, profitable finances should be laid down by the rule for the university and the industry. And that ends my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Since we are running short of time, I would like each group to just present for 10 minutes. You can wrap up your presentation in less number of words. You can suffice this in a more concrete way. Please request to kindly cooperate. And also, since the time when you are getting evaluating for this paper presentation, there is this marking on the timing also. So please take that thing into consideration. The second group which I would like to invite is for Dr. Parul Sharda. Followed by that, I request Ms. Shilpa to kindly be ready. And the fourth one happens to be Mr. Chandrabhan Patel after that. Thank you.
So again, very good afternoon to everyone. I'm here to present role of quality management in industry and academia in connection and collaboration. This was the title we have initially started working on, but as we start digging up in the papers, we find that we need to first identify the gap, and then only we can imagine the quality management education. So hence, I consider this as a working paper. Industry academia interface, you can say, has always been under extensive discussion in many ways, as we are already witnessing since morning here. The beginning of 21st century is witnessing the advent as well as the necessity of new knowledge-driven society and a quantum leap in higher education. Higher education institutes who are serving us, delivering the degree certificate programs and all, the vocational programs. And there is a rapidly growing demand for higher education in today's world because it serves various important functions to our society, because knowledgeable individuals needs to be created and nurtured for the better Madhya Pradesh, better Atmanirbhar Madhya Pradesh, as well as the Atmanirbhar Bharat. The data collection, research articles, approximately 122 research articles we have researched yet. And as I said that it is a working paper, still we are digging up the research databases. And regarding the primary data, we have interacted with various academicians and students, and a set of questions have been asked. And looking into the intellectual level of the students, we formulate the questions according to their level. And some kind of general questions, as you can see on the screen, are what kind of challenges you face in the education system, what new additions can be done, are you happy and satisfied with the current system and all. And we record their responses. And by this way, we have collected the primary data, and we have identified that the gap that exists is students take admission, because we have concentrated our topic to the traditional programs like the management and commerce, and also the BSc kind of graduate programs. So students take admission in traditional courses not by choice but by the option. This is the only option left, hence we have taken admission in the traditional courses. And only 40% of the students are attending the classes sincerely and regularly, as I have already mentioned previously also. Colleges and universities are not having proper faculty staff to manage and educate the students with quality education. Many of the universities, leaving apart again the IITs and IIMs, I can say, and top-notch institutes, the faculties exist only on papers, and many universities and educational institutes are running through adjunct faculties only. These are the gaps, I can say. If we talk about holistic development of the students, very less institutions are actually paying attention to sport and cultural activities, which is required for the students with studies to maintain their, the mental activity or the overall physical health also. Mental health of students is ignored, and mentor-mentee system, which is again a mandatory requirement according to the accreditation bodies, is on stake and is not working well because of lack of availability of teachers. As I said, that teachers are only available on, only exist on papers. Educational policy, the inferences again, the educational policy may be reformed, but until the system will not run as per the norms, the gap cannot be fulfilled. Teachers and academic administrations are least bothered to make students attend the classes regularly, because if it happens, most of them have to leave their comfort zone. This is a bitter truth, I must say. Implementing NEP will not be fruitful if students are not attending the regular classes, and that is a serious task to bring back the students into the class. In some cases, it is also observed that academic institutions are not to upgrade, which results in poor knowledge delivery. And this is the reason many faculties are unable to attend many repute conferences outside their city as well. It can be said that there is a wide gap between what students in higher education are taught and what industry expects from the students. Findings: first, that our traditional education systems are designed for present situation only, not for the future, and that we need to significantly overhaul the entire structure and prepare students for uncertainty by making them more adaptable to new paradigms. Secondly, the academics or the industry gap is actually more a perception than reality. Why I am telling this? Because to if we really want to fulfill the gap, to address the first issue, that is that traditional education systems are designed for the present situation only, not for the future. To address this issue, we need to evaluate the existing educational course structure, the pattern in which we teach the students. As I already mentioned, that we need to come out of the theoretical structure which we are teaching to the students, and more to the practical, practical exposure needs to be given, because all the information, the curricula which you are teaching according to the syllabus is already available a click away. So there is no need to teach what it is written in the syllabus. More practical exposure is required. To address the second issue, we believe that industry has to reassess their expectations and believe that the freshers, the graduates which come out of the educational institutes are not as per their expectations. So I know that many industries provide induction and trainings to the students, but there are very few, I can say, the industries who are readily accepting the fresh graduates. They are not ready to pay the stipend while they are doing internships, especially in case of institutes which falls in between IITs and industry expectations. So conclusion at last, I can sum up that gap cannot be fixed for long term, but can be minimized by following mentioned below points. That first, industry accountability needs to be there. Professional firms and companies of all shapes and size needs to consider themselves as equal partners in education rather than just recipients of skilled and trained professionals. We need to adopt the adaptive curricula. Second, embedding industry early and often. As we are already on the path, we are implementing through class 6 according to NEP. But as I said earlier also that the results will, we can, observe the results after 3 to 4 years only. Value-based education, through value-based education, we can see that this gap can be minimized. Both teachers and students or the employers need to strive towards creating not just better professionals, but better citizens and better human beings also. As previously speakers also said that ethos needs to be considered while we are teaching, and it needs to be connected with our previous dharma also. So value-based education needs to be at the core. And lastly, the academics or industry gap, whether perceived or real, can be bridged with just a little bit of effort and with a mindset change. The notion that educational purpose is solely to serve a steady supply of workers to fill standardized positions in the industry, by this we cannot fill the industry gap. So at last statement, acknowledging that our students and graduates are young talents with different abilities and different learning preferences is an important first step towards creating a more seamless integration between two worlds, the industry and academia, which actually serve the same purpose. Thank you so much.
Ms. Shilpa may kindly come onto the stage. Mr. Chandraban Patel, please be ready. The fifth one is Mr. Anshul Kaushik. The sixth one is Mr. Ganesh Patnaik. And the last one, we have an online participant who will be joining through online mode.
A very good afternoon to all. Myself Shilpa Savner, and I am a PhD scholar and as a microbiologist. आप लोग ये स्ट्रक्चर्स देख रहे होंगे, किस चीज़ का स्ट्रक्चर है? आई थिंक हम जिस सीन में आज चल रहे हैं, आपको सबको पता होगा, हम कोविड में चल रहे हैं, एंड देन माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स जो हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोगों से कनेक्ट हो चुके हैं, राइट? माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स हम लोग सभी जानते हैं क्या होता है. अभी आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि कोविड चल रहा था, कोविड में हम लोगों ने कितनी सारी चीज़ों को फेस किया, ठीक है? यहाँ पर मैं आप लोगों का एक्चुअली माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म से रिलेटेड इंफॉर्मेशन देने वाली हूँ. माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म इट्स मीन दैट कि वो दे आर बैक्टीरिया, वायरस, एंड देन ऑल थिंग ऑफ फंगस, से लाइक दैट टू माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म. I want just to introduce the what is the microbiology and why use of the enzymes. हम इसमें एंजाइम्स का यूज क्यों कर रहे हैं, ठीक है? यहाँ पर मेरा जो टॉपिक है आइसोलेशन ऑफ अमाइलेज प्रोडक्शन बैक्टीरिया टू यूजिंग नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज फ्रॉम सॉइल ऑफ इंदौर सिटी. Microorganisms are the predominant source of amylase production due to optimum growth requirement and efficiency, co-friendly and cost effective as compared to other resources such as animal and plant. देखिए यहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है कि मैं यहाँ पर अभी बोल रही हूँ आप लोगों को, मैं जितना बोल रही हूँ 1000 ऑर्गेनिजम्स मेरे माउथ से बाहर जा रहे हैं, 1000 ऑर्गेनिजम्स मेरे अंदर आ रहे हैं, ठीक है? बट ये कहीं ना कहीं मुझसे कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं, आप लोगों से कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं. हम जहाँ रह रहे हैं हर एक इन्वायरमेंट में माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म हमारे साथ हैं, ठीक है? यहाँ पर मैं आप लोगों को अमाइलेज प्रोडक्शन के बारे में बता रही हूँ कि अमाइलेज प्रोडक्शन क्या है. अमाइलेज एक एंजाइम है जो हमें कहीं से कहीं इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल पर बहुत सारा प्रोडक्शन दे रहा है. आज अगर हम देखें फूड, फास्ट फूड वगैरह देखें, हम लोग जैसे केक, पिज्ज़ा, बर्गर, सैंडविच, हम लोग सब चीज़ें खा रहे हैं, लेकिन ये हमको मिल कहाँ से रहा है? हमें ये सब कुछ माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म से मिल रहा है, सब कुछ माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म के थ्रू, और उनकी हेल्प से ही हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. मैंने कुछ रिव्यू लिटरेचर्स किए हैं. जैसे पहला मैंने किया है सॉइल इज द प्राइमरी सोर्स ऑफ द माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म, एंड देन अनदर अमाइलेज इज अ एक्स्ट्रा सेलुलर एंजाइम दैट कैटलाइज द हाइड्रोलाइज ऑफ इंटरनल अल्फा 1,4 ग्लाइकोसिडिक लिंकेज इन द स्टार्च to dextrine and other small carbohydrate molecule constituted of glucose unit. Alpha amylase has been an enzyme of crucial importance due to its starch hydrolysis activity, and that activity can be a carry out owning of the hydrolysis. One such activity is production of glucose and fructose serum. आज medically आप जितना भी use कर रहे हो serum, cough and cold, जितना भी फीवर से रिलेटेड जितना भी मेडिसिन यूज कर रहे हो, हर एक मेडिसिन आपको अमाइलेज प्रोडक्शन के थ्रू ही मिल रही है। और आज सबसे ज्यादा इंडस्ट्रियल लेवल पे जो यूज हो रहा है वो एंजाइम्स है, और हर एक प्रोडक्शन आपको उसी से मिल रहा है। स्टडीज एरिया जहां से मैंने इनको डाटा को कलेक्ट किया है, द विष्णुपुरी कॉलोनी इंदौर, शिवमपुरी कॉलोनी इंदौर, पिपलिया रिंग रोड इंदौर, एंड एक कंट्रोल सैंपल लिया है। Material and methods. First of all, sample collection. Second, isolation and primary screening for amylase producing bacteria. Third, maintenance of pure culture. Fourth, secondary screening and production of alpha amylase. Fifth, submerged fermentation process. Sixth, preparation of crude enzyme. And seventh, amylase assay. And next, identification of amylase producing bacteria. And last, optimization of amylase production. Result and discussion. Bacteria isolate from the starch-rich material may be better potential to produce enzyme under adverse condition like that pH, temperature, and maintenance of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, phosphate, magnesium, etc. The research for microorganism that can be utilized for the production of amylase enzyme. The production of amylase enzyme is essential for conversion of starch into oligosaccharides. Some crops like wheat, rice, maize, they are very fruitful information give to us that production of amylase. Conclusion, alpha amylase is the major enzyme with demand in the starch batch industry, and therefore efforts should be made to explore biocompatible new microorganism, plant, cereal for the efficient production of alpha amylase at lower production cost with the high purity. यहाँ हम amylase production क्यों करना चाह रहे हैं? हम इसका इसलिए यूज करना चाह रहे हैं क्योंकि हम बहुत कम पैसे में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन करना चाह रहे हैं, और कम पैसे में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन इट्स मीन दैट कि हम जहाँ से सैंपल कलेक्ट करना चाह रहे हैं वो सैंपल हम सॉइल का लेंगे, और सॉइल सैंपल लेने में हमें कोई पैसे वगैरह नहीं लगते हैं। देन मैंने कुछ रेफरेंसेस को फॉलो किया है, ये आपके सामने है रेफरेंसेस। इन रेफरेंसेस को फॉलो करके मैंने आइसोलेशन ऑफ बैक्टीरिया किया है एंड देन प्रोडक्शन ऑफ अमाइलेज। थैंक यू सो मच।
Chandrabhan Patel, please come.
Everyone, I am Chandrabhan Patel. I am a PhD scholar in IIT Indore in Electrical Engineering Department under the guidance of Dr. Seval Mukherjee. So many speakers have talked about the interrelation between industry and academia, and what should be done, actually what should be the procedure to collaborate with both. So here in this paper, actually, this paper, we are trying to patent it also, and we have submitted this paper in ACS Nano Journal. So what actually I'm going to present here? I'm going to present here this particular method which I have developed in IIT laboratory. I'll also show in a video which I have done in laboratory, and how it is reliable for industry, and how I got the project, because recently we got a project on this particular paper by Technology Innovation Hub up to 25 lakh rupees from IIT Bombay. So I'll discuss here first the synthesis process of MOS2. It is a 2D material, and I think you have heard the term graphene. It is also a 2D material, and actually scientists in 2010 got the Nobel Prize for the graphene. After the invention of graphene, actually it's paved the way for other invention of other 2D materials. So here I'll discuss about the transition metal dichalcogenides, MOS2. Why we are talking about this particular material because many of you are not from actually maybe from engineering background or maybe you are from management background. So as we are seeing, our industry mainly focused on silicon. But according to the More's law, More is one of the scientists actually who has mentioned that after particular certain period of a time, industry is going to saturate. Why it is going to saturate? Because as we know, our devices are going to reduce day by day, size of the device actually. It means density of the components on a particular area will be reduced. So that's the, we are trying to invent other materials which have much more interesting or fascinating properties as compared to silicon. That's why we have tried to design this particular material. So these are the actually different applications of 2D materials. So here, as you can see on the screen, for different applications, we can use 2D materials. Why we can use different applications? Because it has a tunable band gap according to the number of layers. As the number of layers of this material will increase, its band gap is also tuned. Second, quantum confinement effect is also inherent with this particular material. So these are the different applications of 2D materials. I'll not cover all these applications here because due to the time restrictions. Another thing, how we have grown this 2D material in our laboratory or in actually, so we have grown this particular material by a CVD method. Chemical vapor deposition system. Generally, when we talked about the deposition systems, two type of deposition systems are available to deposit particular material: physical vapor deposition system and chemical vapor deposition system. So here we have preferred chemical vapor deposition system. I'll not cover much more things about what is the difference between these two deposition system and why I have covered this thing, because these are much more in depth. That's why. So I'll cover in a very nutshell all these things. So here I have taken the precursors, gas flow, temperature, substrate. What substrate I have taken here? I have taken SiO2, Si substrate here, sapphire substrate here, and other substrate. Why I have considered different substrate here? Because at the case of when we talked about MOSFET and HEMT, high electron mobility transistor, we have required high insulating dielectric also. In that case, I have tried to deposit this particular material in different substrate for different perspective and applications. Okay, so this is the actually schematic diagram. First, I have deposited the MO3 solution via spin coating method on the SiO2 Si substrate, as you can see on the screen. And after that, I have used the chemical vapor deposition system, which is available in our lab. And this is the at the left-hand corner. I have shown the actually the temperature profile and carrier gas flow rate profile. I think you can understand. And that time, dwell time, that is the growth time for this particular material. Okay. And at the right hand corner, as you can see, this particular single crystal I have grown. This size, single crystal size is 75.25 micron size. I have grown via CBD. And another thing, after crystal growth, I have also grown monolayer of MOS2. I think you don't know or you don't have much more understanding about the crystal and layer. So crystal is a single unit actually, and when we talked about the layer, it means it consists many crystals inside it. So I have also grown 695 long micron size of monolayer of MOS2. And I want to, when you will go through the literature, if someone is interested, so when you will find that University of Texas have recently published on paper on the growth of MOS2 in 2019, and they have grown the MOS2 500 micron long. Okay, so this is the synthesis method for MOS2. But after synthesis, we will have to also validate to our result. It is actually MOS2 or not. It is a monolayer or a bilayer, or how we will actually characterize. So these are the experimental results here. First, same images are there. Second, Raman to identify the number of layers. If it is band gap is less than this in plane and out of plane peak difference is less than 21. It means it is a ground monolayer. It is monolayer is one monolayer. And second, PL spectra. PL spectra identify the band gap of this material. If it is a monolayer, so definitely its band gap 1.8. If it is a multi-layer, then its band gap reduced to up to 1.2. And XPS is also here to identify the elemental composition of the ground material. So these are the experimental validation for the deposited material. And after growing this particular material, we have required to transfer it on different substrate. Why we have required to transfer it on different substrate? To make a device. As in this actually talk, I'll cover it, how I have used this particular material for our application. So I have transferred on different substrate. So I'll play one video here. So it will clearly actually indicate that how I have done this transfer process. Oh, okay, sir. So this is the transfer process I have done in my lab because monolayer is not visible from our bare eyes. So we actually do the optical characterization after transfer and before transfer. So all these things. So these are the, I'm just forwarding it because due to the time restriction. So these things I have done. Okay. Okay, so after transfer process, I have developed a device for sensing application for NO2 sensing. As you can see, I have developed a device. It is billion scales. So as you can see on the ppm concentration variation graph is there and humidity effect on the device. This is the sensing setup I have used to measure the performance of our device. I have developed that one. And as on the right hand side, as you can see the selectivity of the our sensor with other respective gases. And these are the actually to make a portable handheld sensor I have integrated with IoT. So as you can see at this time I have fabricated on the breadboard and I am trying to build it on PCB. So these are the actually for portable design applications. I have this part has done in laboratory actually. So these are the funding agencies. I have told you recently we got a project for on the same from the Technology Innovation Hub. And these are the industry actually. When we talked about the industry, so industry is also doing on the, so this is a 2D semiconductor industry, which actually provide the 2D materials if you are interested to for research purpose and other applications. So as you can see on the cost of the particular material, which we have can deposit in our lab. Okay, these are the patents, journals and conferences I have published during my academics. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir, in 2D materials, we have actually in a single atom layer thick. When we talked about the 3D materials, its thickness will also will be there. Okay, in general, when we, sir, first for differentiation basis, we can say on the basis of the actually material size. It will not be in 3 dimension. It's 3D because it has some particular height will be there. Okay, thickness. 2D means, sir, it will not be on Z axis actually. It will be only on X and Y axis, something like that. Not in Z axis actually. So, yeah, definitely something here. Electron size, definitely. If not will be there. Yes, sir. Sir, single plane. If we are talk about the plane, X by plane, by Z plane, as we have heard in the our actually 10th or 12th grades. So we can say this is a 2D plane. For what limit, sir? Yes, sir. 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 Sir, for differentiation purpose, if you are saying for application purpose, in electronics case, current should not be go in the 3rd dimension actually. Current should only flow in the 2 dimension. That's it is a 2D material. If it is current is taking another path for 3D, then it is a 3-dimensional material. These types of material are much more popular because we can restrict the current flow in a particular direction. So that is called a quantum confinement effect. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, it has very high elasticity, but actually I don't know the particular value for that, but it has a very high elasticity. As I have, actually I didn't work on graphene because it has certain limitation for our application. That's why we are focusing on 2D material. What it is the limitation with graphene? It has 0 band gap. So we can't. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Anshul Kaushik, and I'm currently working as a PhD scholar at Civil Engineering Department, IIT Indore. So the topic for my presentation is Center of Excellence, which is an important policy mix for higher education as well as research sector. So first, the introduction. So as we know that skill and knowledge are the motivations for the technological, economic, as well as social development of a country. Now, in case of developed countries, they have high level of skill as well as knowledge development schemes, due to which they could easily cope up with the challenges and opportunities which arise in the market. However, in case of developed countries such as India, there is a lack of desirable skill set as well as knowledge, which results in hindered industrial, technological as well as economical growth of the nation. So a remedial measure of this is to develop a center of excellence. So first, we should know what is excellence. So the core definition of excellence is that excellence means exhibiting characteristics which are very good and are not implicitly achievable by everyone. In an explanatory context, we may define excellence as it enshrines a traditional view which reflects exceptional quality. Further, if we go in an educational context, excellence represents a quality which can aspire most institutions, students, as well as researchers. Now, what is Center of Excellence? So, Center of Excellences can be defined or described as the organizational environments which help in development of high standards of conduct in the areas of research, innovation, as well as learning. So these actually are one-stop resource centers which work in accordance with the industrial partners in order to improve the training standards such that the gap emerging in the skill set of students could be easily addressed. Uh, they also promote and help in alignment of training as well as research, which meet the industrial demands. So the academic as well as the socio-economic objectives for any particular task, they are associated with or they converge towards a particular achievement of scientific excellence. Now, the Center of Excellence, they help in improving or enhancing the quality of skill set as well as leadership qualities. They also support academia as well as the research criteria. So the overall Center of Excellence leads to enhancement in the productivity of a particular nation. Now, what are the objectives of COE? So the objectives of COEs are that it will help in improving the productivity, will result in higher quality education as well as research. Also, it will improve the attraction as well as concentration of resources for a particular objective. Then robustness of organization as well as institutions. Also, it will help in development or achieving skilled manpower for industrial demands. And finally, it will provide effective performance of the institutions. So, for a successful or for a proper development of a nation, it is necessary to select a successful center of excellence. So, for this, we have to check whether there is a compatibility. The first criteria is that we have to check whether there is a compatibility between industry as well as the academic partners. Now, the second point is that we should have a mutual reinforcement between several academic partners which are working in different particular domains. And also, it should be necessary that the whatever skilled manpower is being generated by the academia, they should be acceptable to the industrial demands. So for a successful center of excellence, the following 5 areas should be considered in order to develop a standard framework. In order to develop a framework, the first point is standardization. The second point is leveraging assets, then measurement of performance, guidance and governance, and finally the balance. So the first point, standardization. At its core, the main purpose of a center of excellence is to define and develop standards as well as best practices, which would be very useful for academia as well as industrial purposes. So these includes the estimation of level of skill set and effort which is necessary in order to meet the industrial demands. The second one is standardization of training as well as course curriculum such that the demands of industries could be easily met. And finally, we have to assure whether the training and curriculum quality meets the demands of the industry. So the second point for the framework of Center of Excellence is the leveraging assets, which includes identification of all available and usable assets, including human assets, which are already available and could be used for the development of industry-academia collaboration. And the second one is a relationship, that is existing relationship between industry and academia partners. The third one is measuring of performance. So the Center of Excellence must develop the ability to track, measure, as well as report the performances. So in order to achieve this, it is necessary to answer the following questions. The first question should be, do the skill development program which have been adopted, these are meeting the demands of the industries? And the second one is that, what are the major accomplishments in a specific tenure by the organization? The fourth point for the framework of Center of Excellence is that guidance and governance. So it is necessary that a proper guidance and governance is adopted for successful completion of an objective. The governance in COE should be aware of the level of complexity of the organization and the available resources which are there for development of any particular program. Finally, balance. So in developing countries like India, there is a main issue that the skill supply as well as demand is always mismatching. So in order to prevent this, there should be a proper feedback between different industrial as well as academic partners such that the mismatch between skill supply and demand has to be, can be uprooted properly. This was it from my side. Thank you.
My name is Gyanish, and I'm a research scholar here in Department of Civil. My topic of presentation in this conference is product innovation, scientific and technology development, technology flow perspective. So innovation and growth are synonymous to each other, ultimately leading to the development of a country. So there is a need of this technology flow from lab to industries and commercializations. So that is lacking. So I have gathered few points. I think I want to present that. So my presentation is as follows: introduction, need and types of technology transfer, stages and barriers, and then conclusion. So first of all, what is technology transfer? Coming to technology transfer, it is a transfer of knowledge, skills, and know-how of an organization, or you can say this movement of data, designs, inventions from one organization to another organization. And in this process, a developer of technology makes its technology available to commercial partner that will exploit the technology. Otherwise, some ideas remain in lab only, that is not industrialized and commercialized. So there is a need of technology transfer from lab to industries. So these certain policies, this process is guided by certain policies, procedures, and values of each organization involved in the process. And why there is need of technology transfer is lack of manufacturing capacity, and there are a few points: lack of resources to launch product commercially, and loss of marketing, distribution, and distribution capability. Some ideas that grow in lab remains in lab, and there is, due to the lack of manufacturing capacity also, some ideas remain in labs only, and that is not available to the nation or the people benefited from that. So we have to address that issue by forming alliances with partners with manufacturing capability and also with marketing and distribution capability. So there's two types of technology transfer here. It's also known as vertical and horizontal. Vertical is also known as internal, and this type of transfer is mostly carried out between research associations, university, and governments. So the technology transfer can be of different types, that is from government organization to private farm, or between two private farms, and from industry to academia or academia to industry. So, and there is external technology transfer. This type of transfer is between private companies, small and large organization, and among others organization. And the various stages in technology transfer process. So development, there is 4 phases: research phase, development phase, and production phase. So in research phase, what is there is quality by design. We have to develop a product or convert an idea into a product in the research phase. And then development phase, there should be proper lab and research facility available in any institutes. So research for factory production, consistency between quality and specification. And there are some cases arising that what idea we are giving, they are not standing up to that idea, and there should be consistency between the quality and specifications, and optimization and production, and then technology transfer documentation. So these are some of the barriers in technology transfer, that is lack of production efficiency, low market share, cost of pre-qualification, and skilled labor issues. So some of approaches I have mentioned, that is to overcome these very barriers, the commercializing publicly funded technologies, and research tool patents, and freedom to operate for the public sector, and some inadequate funding in important areas, and cooperative research agreements. These are some of the approaches we can maintain so that we come out very with fruitful results. And these are some of the conclusions. So to achieve success, so first requisite is synergy between the science and technology development, and second is the linkage between laboratory developing the technology and industry receiving the technology. So there are some of the research organization, that is ISRO, DRDO, ISC, and Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Delhi, Kharagpur, and also in IIT Indore, there is Industrial Research and Consultancy Center. And here also we have done in this pandemic novel inventions and focuses on this innovative and disruptive research, which results in the development of new products. So some recent innovations in IIT from IIT Indore is design space exploration using a bacterial foraging optimization mechanism. It is useful for the digital chips of camera systems. And there is one new drug, that is M-Aspire, using protein engineering approach to treat this acute lymphocytic leukemia, that is a type of blood cancer. So these are from BSB departments and computer science department. So thank you for attention. Ma'am, Dr. Reena Gupta, am I audible? Anyone able to listen? Asutosh sir, Shivangi ma'am, Pratibha ma'am, anyone? Reena ma'am, are you there? Am I audible? Online participants? Reena. Oh my. Reena ma'am, your presentation is going to start. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm starting. I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay, sure.
Sir, please can confirm is my screen is visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I, Dr. Reena Gupta. Today's my topic is e-governance, a review on economic development of Madhya Pradesh. Introduction of e-governance. E-governance in the current uses to govern means to steer, to control, and to influence from a position of authority. Therefore, governance is an exercise of power for steering social systems as well as process by which organizations are directed, controlled, and held to account to their society. It is a set of the systems and processes concerned with ensuring the overall direction, effectiveness, supervision, and accountability of an organization. And according to this sentence, former Secretary General of the United Nations called that the good governance is perhaps the single most important factor in eradicating poverty and promoting development. IT policies of MP that are foreseeing the opportunity of growth in the information technology sector. Madhya Pradesh government had announced its IT policy way back in 1999. The policy uses the state into the 21st century. The objectives of the IT policies are as to improve the life of the common man, leveraging the strength of e-governance, attracting investment in the sector so that the educated youth is able to contribute to the development of the state, create a pool of highly skilled professionals who are at par with the best in the country, transforming resources based economy to knowledge based economy. And some e-governance initiative of the government which are given by the Madhya Pradesh government, that's our commercial tax department. The department is the largest revenue carrying earning earning department of the government of Madhya Pradesh a comprehensive computerization project which offer instant information access of the dealers and also offers major processes of the department online has been implemented. And next is treasury and accounts. Treasury's computerization project is a major e-governance initiative by government of Madhya Pradesh. While its coverage extends to entire state through 53 districts, treasuries, 159 sub-treasurers, serving almost 8,000 drawings and distributing officers belonging to all departments of the state government, the facility provided in the project. Next is the land records. The state of Madhya Pradesh has prepared a database of land records in the country. In the state of MP, the land records of all revenue villages have been computerized. That is, the textual value of the land record are 100% converted into the electronic form. Computerized land records are updated on regular basis with the facility of automatic weekly backup. Directorate of Technical Education. Directorate of Technical Education, Madhya Pradesh act as the coordinating agency between government, industry and institutions and to advise and assist the government in the all-round development of technical education. Letter entry system, pay bill system, admission system are some of the example for this. And the Transport Department. This project aims to computerize transport department's activities by issuing small cards for driving license and vehicle registrations. Then Mandi Board, the project is modeled on public-private partnership basis. The project empowers the farmers with the latest information on the rates, arrival, etc. in the neighboring state or the national mandis. This not only improved the effectiveness of trading in the mandis, but also brought transparency in the mandi operations, received several e-governments, that is the Golden Icon, CSI, Development Gateway, etc. The Urban Administration and Development Department. In Madhya Pradesh, following cities have taken initiatives in e-governance and has resulted in improved public service delivery in Indore, Bhopal, Gwalior, Jabalpur, Khandwa, Ujjain, Raisen, Dabra and Balaghat. Then Department of Registration and Stamp. This department is responsible for the stamp and registration of various types of documents, mostly related to the property transfer in this state. Very interesting, this is the MP Online. The MP Online, Government of Madhya Pradesh has developed its online citizen services portal by the joint venture company of Government of Madhya Pradesh and Tata Consultancy Services Limited. MP Online on the sir, am I audible? Hello? Am I audible? Provide citizen services. No one is answering. Am I audible clearly? Hello? हेलो मैम मेरा तो सिग्नल पूरा है यहाँ पर मैं यहाँ से हेलो हेलो कर रही हूँ अरे यार नहीं नहीं चल रहा है हाँ मैम करती हूँ अब मुझे बताना कि आ रही है क्या आप चालू रखिए अच्छा आप नहीं सुन रहे ओके आप अंदर आ जाइए ना मैम प्लीज आप प्लीज अंदर आ जाइए ना am I audible? I think to same, but here I am saying connected हूँ, तो आप कहें तो पर इस पे मेरा शेयर नहीं हो पाएगा। इसमें सुनो आप, इसमें आवाज आ रही है, इसमें मैं कनेक्टेड हूँ। आप स्क्रीन इससे शेयर कर दो। हाँ, मुझे मतलब आवाज आ रही है। बंद कर दे फिर मैम को सर्टिफिकेट का करवा लो। तो बंद करूँ ये मैम, मैम एक मिनट। मैडम मैडम एक सेकेंड आओ ना आप इधर। इससे बाहर कैसे आऊं मैं? मेरा तो ये स्क्रीन ही बड़ी नहीं हो पा रही है। कर दो ना। कहाँ से करूँगी, इसको बड़ा नहीं हो पा रहा है। ये तो मेरा presentation है ना। नहीं अब क्या करूं?